I like the fact that you're going full in here.
Yeah, I watched my favorite baseball team on YouTube.
Oh my God!
YouTube.
Whatever will we do? There are some people, like in Iowa, who can't watch any of Major League Baseball.
Baseball at all.
I'm sure somewhere in Iowa right now, someone's even trying to pull up this game on YouTube. Sorry, you're blacked out. Even on YouTube, you can't even go back in and watch all those Better Call Saul recap videos. We blacked you out from that too.
I will admit that I'm probably a little bit more mad that the Royals are as bad as they are, and I have to watch them on YouTube, so we pair it along with that. But, if you're going to, take the blackout off, and I'll watch it on MLB. And I know it's not that much different, but I like it in a central location. These exclusive games, I don't know. Will they ever work?
The best part is that, you're on the radio, so you can't even listen to the game. It's just on.
I had to click over to the YouTube app,
Oh,
Josh.
my goodness gracious. What about the MLB.TV app?
Yeah, see, I'm used to going there.
Oh.
So I had to tell John, when he goes to turn on baseball this afternoon, you got to back out of the YouTube app and you go to your MLB app on your Roku.
Right,
That's on HDMI 3, not on HDMI 1 where all the other channels are.
When you get a new phone, is it hard for you?
No, because the phone just goes right. It's kind of nice.
Oh.
I have a cool thing called the iPhone that I don't know that you guys have, but it just zaps it over there. And the whole
Unless you're SIP.
Yeah, unless you're simple when you lose all your contacts. I don't even understand how that happens.
Yeah, I don't understand how that happens either.
Well, we'll finally be able to get the real story today.
Yeah, recruiting reporter
Because-
Steve Sipple.
Because recruiting analyst Stephen M. Sipple will join us today on the program. First of all, if you're a Royals fan, you don't even, unless you like watching other baseball, you don't even need the MLB app because all your damn games are on cable anyway, and you can't watch them off the MLB app anyway.
I like to watch
You gotta
other
watch
games.
them on cable.
Sometimes I watch like the A's at 11 o'clock, after all the rest of the sports are done. I just
to feel better about yourself.
There was 2,000.
Hey, there's a team out there worse than the Royals.
There's not, and there was 2,000 people I think at their game last night. Somebody tweeted out the attendance. I was like, wow, that's frankly pretty amazing. So, but yeah, I like to jump around a little bit, watch some more baseball. But you're right, I generally don't need the MLB app. I just like to have it. I like options. That's why I like cable.
We had the Royals on a little last night. And then I wanted to
how'd
turn
that
it
go?
off. I went out. I wanted to go out to the deck. And I ended up going out to the deck. Had a beer. It was great. Yeah. They started early last night, though. It was like a 5 o'clock game, right?
Yeah,
so it was ending when we were eating dinner.
Because Cleveland's on the Eastern time zone. So they start an hour early.
Would you like to know, you mentioned the A's and how pathetic their attendance has been.
Oh, no. What is it now?
Would you like to know what the average attendance is so far this year?
This could be fun.
I have a guess.
All right. Average. This is the average per game attendance so far for the Oakland Athletics.
So some of those games were around 2,000, right?
Yeah, I think they were in the 2000s last night.
I'm going to say that their first game was solid enough to bring the average up to 4,968.
I'm thinking higher than that. I'm thinking like 7,200.
You win the showcase. 76-37.
Yeah, which is still extremely
That's pretty
low.
bad.
Extremely
What
low.
was what was the opener? What was the home?
I don't know.
opener?
I just have the averages here.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you want to
I'll
look
look it
up the
up,
first box score, they are almost 5,000 on average fewer than the next nearest team.
Whoa.
The Pittsburgh Pirates.
Wow. Oh boy. Okay. Their first home game was against Baltimore. 17,000 fans.
17,000 for an opening day, which is still rough, but it's more than any other game.
And then the next day they had 3,700.
Wow. Last year there were 3 teams that averaged. Now again, last year it wasn't full attendance for everybody.
Correct.
But last year 3 teams were under 10,000 per game. Tampa 9,500, Oakland 8,700, Miami 7,900.
God. So they're going to do back-to-back seasons with less than 9,000 per game attendance.
So I'll go back to the last full year where we didn't have any COVID restrictions.
So 2019?
2019, the worst attendance. First of all, the Athletics in that year, they were only 24th in the league, but they averaged over 20,000 fans.
Whoa, so they dropped off 13,000 fans.
So they're down over 100%. Right? Is that right? No.
Gotta be your bowl.
Nah, I don't know what that percentage is. But anyway.
Either way.
The worst attendance that year was Miami, 10,000.
Wow, so they're under
They're under Miami's pace.
consistently.
Oof.
They're under Miami's pace.
Wow.
In fact, I'm trying to
Baseball is
find
not back, folks.
Ha! No.
I'm
not in
trying to
Oakland.
find the last team.
That's what I think the owners are actually trying to make it so they can say, look, our attendance numbers are so horrible. Let's go to Vegas.
It literally is Major League. It's the plot of Major League.
Yes.
Wow, this is. I'm just going back through all the so-called normal years,
Mm-hmm.
and like the bottom of the league in 2013, the worst in the league averaged 18,000.
Yeah.
Which is more than double what Oakland's getting
It's
now.
almost triple, man.
I'm still going back.
2.5
I don't
times.
know if I'm going to find.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
I don't think I'm going to find. I mean, you'd have to probably go back into maybe the 70s, maybe find an average per game attendance. Because I mean,
Even some of those like Marlins teams, really, really, really bad Marlins teams. Wow, that's crazy to me.
basically you're describing every Marlins team except
for
Right.
two of them. Yeah. Like I would have guessed.
But there have been years where teams like aggressively, like, we're going to make it very publicly known we are not trying
Right.
at all.
Yeah.
And the A's have never had good attendance anyway. Now this is combined with that.
Wow.
Like the 1999 Marlins, they went 64 and 98. What was their attendance?
The last team in a quote unquote normal year, so we're not counting 20 or 21,
Okay.
that averaged under 10,000 fans per game for the entire season.
What year was it?
2004.
Royals.
Tigers.
The Montreal Expos.
Oh, there you go.
sad.
And then they left.
And then
Sad.
they left. And that was,
Oh.
and I think, wasn't that the year they went, because they played some games, they played some home games in Puerto Rico.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they played some home games in Puerto Rico. So they were kind of a vagabond franchise by that point. Yeah, that's the last team in a so-called normal year to average under 10,000. And that's the thing is,
well, how about this? Their last game was the highest attending game of the whole season, almost 32 or over 31,000 fans. Wow, to see them play the Marlins, that is a sad sentence to read.
they're going to have to. I mean, they're going to have to really kick it in the rear just to get to 10,000.
Correct.
Because right now they're at what did I say, 7,600?
Mhm.
But their games here in the last month have been all
so
like 2,000.
What was the Expos number?
The Expos number was what did I say, 2004?
Yeah,
the year because I skipped ahead a couple of years. 2004, and of course it froze. I think it was like high 9,300.
Okay,
Their last year in Montreal.
so they're going to be
lower.
They're going to be lower.
There's no way you're going. I mean, if they're already sucking right now, granted, summertime you might see a little bit of a bounce because school is out.
Yeah.
But I doubt it.
Then maybe
because the A's aren't that competitive.
Then maybe they will continue the trend of have a historically low attendance and then leave.
Mm.
And wouldn't it be funny if the irony was they moved to Montreal?
That'd be awesome.
Are we in any? Is that on the map right now? Is Montreal begging for a new team?
There have been people that believe that they're worthy of it.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah. What are the other ones? Portland, of course, comes up. Vegas, as you mentioned.
Portland,
Charlotte,
Vegas,
right?
Charlotte,
Nashville. I think.
People say
Nashville.
San Antonio still. Does that state need another team?
Not really.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Vegas is the obvious one.
You think so? Just so hot. I know that they'll play in a dome, but
Yeah, they would have to build a dome stadium.
because they're going to get an NBA team soon. The NBA when that expands, it's going to be Seattle and Vegas,
I did.
and that's with.
I know why I know why leagues want to be in Vegas now, but now that they've basically opened it up.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a big enough city to support that many pro football or pro franchise.
Well, see, in baseball especially, 81 times.
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
even know
lot.
if it's a good play for the NBA.
But I wonder what the percentage is of like at those nights games. How many people are just in town to go to Vegas,
a
and how many
great
people are
question.
Vegas people?
Yeah.
Like, so
Yeah, I don't know.
could you sustain an entire MLB franchise on that premise that enough of our spectators in 81 games are going to not be from here and they want to come out and check a baseball game out?
It's a
I
great
don't know.
question.
I don't think you can.
So they were 9th in their conference this year. I'm trying to find out. Do you have the NHL attendance
Yep.
numbers, John? Where were they at attendance wise?
6th.
In the
Yeah,
whole sport?
they're
in the
always
whole
really
sport.
good.
Yeah. And this year they didn't make the playoffs and they still were getting, that much attendance.
Yeah, basically, and it lists them at 104% of capacity. So,
Yeah.
obviously
But
they're
it's
selling-
still
they're
early
selling
for
out.
them. It's still early.
Got the new car smell.
Yeah.
I went to college with someone who works for the Knights, and like she'll put on her Instagram just like a bunch of video because she does like social media stuff with them, and everyone the place is just packed.
Yeah.
So
No, we
makes
thought
sense.
about going to a game when I was there a couple months ago, and they were playing Chicago,
Oh,
which is a huge fan
yeah,
base,
yeah,
and no chance. Like
Oh,
we had no chance.
yeah.
The tickets were incredibly expensive.
Even though they didn't, their sellout streak famously ended. They weren't at 100% capacity this year.
Who?
Even the Blackhawks.
Oh.
Even the worst NHL team is more than almost 2,000 fans better than the Athletics.
Wow.
Who's that?
That's pretty staggering.
Ottawa.
They 9,000.
Ottawa
fans.
averaged 9,100 fans.
Wow, I guess I would have thought that it would have been higher. Do they play in a small arena though?
No, because that's listed
Canadian
as only
Tire Centre.
it's listed as 40.
18.5 or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah, it's listed at under 50% capacity.
But Canada had restrictions. So what's the lowest American franchise?
Oh.
Was
Yeah, they
Buffalo,
did.
what was Buffalo?
9,997.
Wow. Okay. Trying to see where they play.
I think they have a relatively new building.
Keybank Center
Yeah, go Sabres.
is 18.5. So they're basically half capacity too. Interesting.
That is,
It's very low.
man. It sucks to be an A's fan right now. I feel for you, Michael Brunt.
Yeah, Brunt's
Oh,
tough. And he's one of those guys too. He watches them like
Yeah, he
all the
does.
time.
He does.
They've had more dumb controversies than basically anything this year. He was telling me about a thing where like there was a craft beer company in the area, and they like as a joke printed on the bottom of the cans like "Viva Las Vegas."
Wow.
And their fans got triggered, and then they started like boycotting it. And then the brewer is like, "Just kidding! Like it was just a joke, ha ha ha!" Super funny.
Oh.
And then they reprinted, like it was a whole mess. But yeah, that's what Bruns is living through right now.
I mean, it's a shame, and I know we've talked about this with Farron on a few occasions. It sounds like they cleared a decent-sized hurdle towards building their new ballpark, which, if you've seen the drawings for it,
Looks
it really
cool.
looks
Yeah,
cool.
it does.
Right along the waterfront, and it basically has a park on the roof. You can actually walk up to the roof.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and obviously it's very green.
Sure.
Cleaned it off. It's very green.
Amazing Danny says, wow, no red carpet experience in Chicago. Guess the Blackhawks don't care about kids.
They don't.
Hashtag sell streak.
They don't.
Great
And
point.
Now we see Nebraska trying to sell more tickets instead of give them to kids.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
disgusting.
I know. I
Next time I see my
Horrifying.
parents, I'm going to say, like, I can't believe you guys are still buying season tickets. Think of the children.
Give them
Yeah.
to kids.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Think of the kids.
Everyone stop buying season tickets so the children can fill the stadium.
That'd be hilarious. It's like the kids' day at the Creighton game. It's just a bunch of chatter the
Yep.
whole time.
Oh
Kids.
God, yeah. Those
They all-
baseball games are insane.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's so weird.
and start of the third quarter, they start filing out, and all the buses leave. and-
This is starting
Man,
at yeah.
This tailgating scene is lame. A lot of peanut butter and jelly. They're playing pin the tail on the donkey.
But they put it in their books though as one of the highest attended games of the year. Right? Nebraska women's basketball has one every year, and they played I think they played it like 2 against Maine or something like that.
Nice.
And they were like, "Yeah, we got 6,000 people in the building for Maine. Where else could you do that? Nebraska, baby."
I think one of
It's
my
Kids'
favorite
Day.
parts of the kids' day is that the schools or whatever, they all wear the same outfits. So you just have these weird blocks of like, hey, a bunch of white shirts, hey, a bunch of
Yeah.
yellow shirts, hey, a bunch of blue shirts.
That's
Mhm.
actually just Miss Johnson's class.
It's a smart play, though. That way you can't lose them.
That's true. Now you can find
You
everybody.
can find everybody.
Joshua, the fine producer of the Connor Happer Show, it's a very good question about the attendance for Buffalo. Why not just round to 10K? Yeah, why did they get so specific?
Yeah,
Come on, Buffalo. It's okay to just say
9,997.
10,000.
No, I believe. I don't know. I'm
They're
sure it's-
honest.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be like the Washington Commanders owner, Snyder, who's fudging the numbers to get the, to get the better payout from the league or whatever.
Oh, the Commanders.
The Commanders, yes. Can't imagine their attendance is that great either.
Dude, it used to be the best in the NFL
Yeah.
by far. It was like close to 100,000.
And now their stadium
people.
is crumbling and their team's horrible. And Carson Wentz is their quarterback.
Oh, you love to see it. Ha, Dirk Chatelain.
It is a sad sack franchise.
It
right
really
now.
is. It really is.
Really, really sad.
All right, guys. Well, I'll take off. We talked enough about attendance, probably.
Yeah, you're probably right. At least we got you off, getting angry.
Yeah,
over
now I
this
don't have
game.
to watch on
And-
YouTube. I can
and-
listen to good old radio now.
There you go.
They're already losing 4-0. So
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're bad.
Denny's
That-
already in the middle of his nap.
That's Royals lose. We'll be right back.
Here's a Whit Merrifield.
And gone. 7-0.
I like this attendance talk, though. It's a preview of the football season when we're talking about the sellout streak and if it's going to die or not.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Will
That's
we have
right.
that this year?
Well, if they lose to Northwestern, we will.
That's correct. Just like we
Just
thought
like we did
that
last
they
year.
lost
But then they'll
Illinois
give
last
all the
year, yeah.
tickets to kids. And then it'll
Yeah,
just keep
see,
living.
we kind of killed the whole attendance thing. They now have a plan for it to artificially
It's just never
prop
going
it
to
up.
end, right?
So, yeah. You know what? Maybe we should make a promise. We're not going to talk about
Well,
it.
and the next thing that happens is
Ooh.
they're
There's
going to,
really no point, right?
That's fair.
Because the tickets they don't sell, they're going to give them to the kids, and then it'll count.
or in between that, they're going to just reduce the stadium capacity.
That's true.
And then they'll be able to sell it out again. So, yeah, no, it's never going to end.
I hope they do something like really super. I know they can't because there's academic buildings, but I was kind of hoping when they.
You just want to implode.
Yeah, I want to see an implosion.
Yeah,
we haven't had a
me
good
too.
implosion for
There's
a long
like 2
time.
classes rooms over there, right? Like, there's not that many.
They blew those dorms up a couple years ago. I was super
Oh,
jacked
Cather
about
Pound?
that. Yes.
Yeah, Cather
Garbage
Pound.
ass dorms.
Oh,
Yeah, that was awesome.
that
I
was
wa-
pretty cool.
Yeah, I was watching
we
that
need
live
another
stream.
implosion.
Yes.
Maybe is there a
Blow
grain
up all of
si-
South
is there-
Stadium
Is there
for
a
sure.
grain silo somewhere we can blow up?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe. How about how can we
1620 the implosion?
Can we sacrifice
Still
one of
AM radio.
Iowa's wind turbines for a? I mean, you got enough. Of them over there.
Turbine. John, turbine.
Turbine.
Yes. It's a wind turbine.
Wait, did you really think it was a turbine? It has an E on the end of it.
I've never heard it pronounced turbine.
I've never heard
Really?
it pronounced turbine.
I've never
It's
heard
not
it.
wind
turbine.
turbine.
It's not
Yeah,
turbine.
wind turbine.
Whatever.
That's a
don't
different
Hey,
thing.
we make fun of Nick for saying Des Moines, so you got to catch
Yeah,
some.
and I say tornado weird. I'm allowed to make
You
fun of how
do
you
say
Wait,
tornado.
how do
with-
you say dem?
I say Des Moines. I don't know why. I just
the
do.
first time he said that, we were like, "What are you talking about?"
What-
Des Moines.
What are you talking about?
Des Moines.
I put a G at the end.
You put a
I say
G?
Oh,
Des
Des
Moines.
Moines.
Des Moines.
I don't know why.
Like boing, Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Yeah.
It's fun to
Yeah,
say,
yeah, that's
so
weird.
I'll keep doing it.
All right.
Well, can
Also, no, we need those.
we blow up? You don't need them. You got plenty of them.
We're giving
You
we're
give
giving electricity to Chicago in some parts. I hear.
Really?
I get it doesn't just.
I don't
it
know
goes
if you've
to
seen the
others. It's
Cubs
probably
play. They
not
really
Chicago,
don't need it.
but it is a lot
they
of the other
bad?
cities.
Yeah,
towns
they're
and
they're
stuff.
not good.
What are the Cubs attendance?
Can we just? We can put it right back up. I just want to see another implosion.
So
Yeah.
just tear it down to build it back up.
Great
Yeah.
idea, John.
Build a bigger one.
A bigger. I don't know if they should get much
Ooh.
bigger.
Why not?
The
You catch
biggest
more
turbine.
wind. You catch more wind up there.
The biggest turbine.
Trump, that's something else.
Yes. He's probably already talked about
Oh yeah.
Oof.
Oh yeah.
that. Okay.
All righty.
Well, on that note,
See ya.
that
Bye-bye.
is the crossover
I have.
with Connor Happer today. Wow.
What's up?
We've all of a sudden filled up this program
Yeah.
because
Baseball.
Steve Sipple is coming up today.
What?
Why is Sipple on a Wednesday?
Well, we were off on Monday.
And it's just ahead of Dumb Debates.
Yeah.
That almost seems too on.
And he's a recruiting writer now.
Cruton.
Who saw this coming?
Why did we double up on the recruiting writers today?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we have one recruiting expert and now apparently another one.
Man.
Can they fight? Schaefer versus Sipple? Who's the
We'll
expert?
find out. Schaefer will give us one nugget, and then Sip will have another nugget.
More
We'll
nuggets.
We'll find out which nugget is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime,
The
we'll
Nugget
blow up some
boys.
wind turbines in Iowa.
Don't
Nice.
blow up our turbines, please. We need those.
And the screwball of the day?
And the screwball of the day.
Wow.
And it's Dumb Debates Day. All coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Zone, taste of our takes. Sharpen betting in the morning.
So the rhythm of the game was not very good.
What are you, Janet Jackson or somebody?
It's the rhythm of the night.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to go into full.
No,
okay.
no.
I was
You
just-
should have just
I
stayed with
asked
Janet.
before I said.
And just be a part of the Rhythm Nation.
I thought Rhythm was a dancer.
Oh my gosh.
Now, see ya.
For more, tune in every day to 1620 a.m. or go to 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies for your Wednesday afternoon. There's a small chance of rainfall between hours of 3 and 6 o'clock, primarily south of the metro area. For tonight, clear skies, a morning low of 49 degrees. Sunny skies for your Thursday with a high of 79. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Living is all about great experiences. We invite you to experience everything that Sarpy County has to offer. The great outdoors awaits you at Fontenelle Forest or Schramm State Park. As the pro sports capital of Nebraska, grab your family and enjoy an Omaha Storm Chasers or Union Omaha game at Werner Park. Nothing beats watching your child catch their first foul ball or perhaps a fish at one of Sarpy's many reservoirs. Visit GoSarpy.com to plan your next experience this spring.
Marvin Windows has long been known for their lasting value and beauty. Carp's Complete Home Exteriors is Omaha's first authorized Marvin Windows replacement contractor. For a free estimate, call Carp's Complete Home Exteriors or visit carpsomaha.com.
Be a part of the Host Coffee team today. Host Coffee is hiring a service technician. If you'd like to work for a trusted and loyal family-owned company that understands the needs of working families, Host Coffee has your opportunity. Apply today and join our team at hostcoffee.net/careers.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the sound of an all-star summer lineup. Leading off, the promising rookie, new Oreo Dirt Pie. On deck, the fan-favorite Girl Scout Thin Mints. Summer standouts, drumstick with peanuts and cotton candy. And batting cleanup, it's you. With your red spoon and 6 summer blizzard flavors, official treat of MLB. All part of the new DQ All-Star Summer Blizzard lineup. DQ? Happy tastes good.
Dingman's Mechanical Repair. Service is at the heart of our business. Visit us at dingmansmechanical.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Also, we're going to take you inside the SEC meetings. What kind of important things were decided? Was anything decided today? Who knows?
Are they splitting off yet from college football? Do they have their own playoff yet?
No.
Oh.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And we've already mentioned that it's Dumb Debate Day here on the program. So get in your dumb debates at John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. You know that is the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone in the first ring.
Or, John, they could text their dumb debate.
No.
They can't. Thank you for reminding me, Nick, so I can open up the text queue.
No.
402-951-1620.
No.
Still AM radio.
Still AM radio.
I will not be responsible for all the people texting and driving out there.
Well, here's a text that we got in
text and drive.
from Brian. We call him the Brian
Well,
man of
but
the group.
I believe that's how everyone texts these days. is
No,
while they're
don't
driving.
do it while you're
So
driving.
don't do it. That's why you shouldn't text anymore.
Brian says the winner of Scotland and Ukraine has to play Wales for the right to go to the World Cup in the U.S.'s group.
Who the bleep cares?
Well, somebody does because Brian texted it in. Brian, thank you for sending this text message.
Thank you, Brian.
And so for that kind of crap,
what?
We wouldn't.
That's
have known
why
if
we
he
should
wouldn't have
ban
texted
texting.
us.
Why?
Ban.
Because who cares?
I do. I appreciate
You
him
do?
saying that. Yes, of course. I love the World Cup. It's awesome.
No,
I like
it's not.
rooting for my country.
But
I like
your
having
country
pride.
is not playing.
Well,
or
they'll play-
unless are you now affiliated with Wales?
John, do you not watch other teams wanting to know who your team is going to play in the postseason? That's exactly what
Well, I don't
we're
have a
discussing.
team in the World
Who
Cup.
are you rooting for, Josh?
The U.S. Duh. Oh, and this? Well, I do have a take.
Oh?
Involving Ukraine and Scotland.
Oh?
Okay, so the U.S. is first.
Is that the reason why gas is like $4.50 a gallon now?
I did that. Ukraine did that. So here's what I want to say. I'm not rooting for Ukraine. I do not want the United States to play Ukraine in the first match of the World Cup. That has undue amounts of pressure written all over it that I don't want to see.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the headlines now. Oh, Ukraine. What a heartwarming story after everything they've gone through. They beat the United States. No, thank you. I don't want to play Ukraine. John? Oh my gosh, this is infuriating me. It's been broken for a month.
I wish it would have been broken for the last 25
What?
seconds.
I gave you a take. I thought that you'd be like, whoa, hot take.
It was
out
a
on
good
Ukraine.
take. It was a good take, Josh.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
I wanted to contribute more, but I don't know anything about that European
Don't
sport.
want to play. Yeah, don't want to play them. Don't want to play them.
Well, coming up today on the program, in addition to everything
More
that we
soccer.
mentioned, Eric Sorensen, our Stitch Head correspondent, college baseball.
Oh, baby.
Baseball.
The playoffs begin. The postseason of college baseball begins.
Is it tomorrow or Friday that it starts?
I believe Friday is when everything starts.
Okay.
Of course, for some, it may go a little longer because apparently weather is going to be
Friday.
an issue.
What? No
down
way.
Down in
In
Florida.
college baseball?
Are they back in Omaha?
Not yet.
Will there be games at 3 a.m.?
There may be.
I won't be watching.
There may be. Mike Schaefer will be along. It's a huge recruiting weekend.
Whoa, we haven't said that in a long time.
And if Schaefer missed anything, Sip will pick up the pieces.
He'll clean up the mess.
From on3.com.
Whoa.
The
Sipple.
new, we have new media folks.
Sipple's an
Same as
internet
the
boy.
old media folks.
This is just crazy.
Yeah. So we
This
have
is
to get used to
crazy.
that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's still known as Husker Online.
Yeah.
Online.
Well, not right now, though. It's not.
Well, if you type in Husker Online and hit return, it will.
I know,
take
but I read
to-
you the message board post earlier from Shannon Terry.
Well, I don't care about message board.
He's the
Message
guy
board
who
posts.
runs it.
Who knows
John,
about message board?
I have instructed our team to remove all Husker Online marks until sensible discussions can be had. They got to have the sensible discussions. Right now, it's Nebraska coming soon.
Well, if you type in HUSKERONLINE.com,
I know how it works.
goes to
I mean, John,
on 3.
I can type in poop.com and have it redirect to like your Twitter account. Like that doesn't mean anything.
but
yet.
it doesn't.
Right. Well, for now.
Have you typed in poop.com?
Let's see what happens.
Be careful, Josh.
Well,
Go in incognito mode.
We're go poop.com. Oh, okay. It's going to a weird website. Stay away. Stay away. I need to buy
What
that.
about poop.org?
Nah, I won't go there either. I won't go there.
EU?
John Callahan, he hasn't tweeted about it. What's going on,
Poop
Sean?
dot- Poop.eu is where you get the score of the Wales Scotland soccer thing.
Hey-o.
Also, we have more on Nick Saban versus Jimbo Fisher. And Saban is adamant. He's adamant. Hey, I didn't accuse anybody of anything, but did he? Perhaps he did.
Okay.
And if you want to get in touch with us with your dumb debates, please send them in. Anyway, but texting in your car is acceptable.
So oddly enough, John, I was talking out in the bullpen area with a coworker about
baseball reference.
about feet earlier, and I got a foot-related dumb debates quandary from an unnamed unnamed listener.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Unnamed listener. I actually think this one is pretty funny, but yeah, there was a conversation about feet.
Interesting.
Yeah. No
Interesting.
kink shame on the show, though.
Well, it has been an interesting day in Nebraska media. Not only has Sip got his new job, but old friend of the program, Nate Klaus, is back.
Yeah, folks.
He's,
Awesome.
He's working for Rivals again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be looking forward to his communiques.
Yeah.
Down the road. So the family of Nebraska media is growing.
That's awesome.
And that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's a good thing.
I love Nate. Good to have him back.
It's great to have
I've
him
missed
back.
talking to him.
I know. Though I did find it kind of interesting reading. He equated his situation with being a recruit in his first column back.
Nate did?
Yeah, he did.
What'd he say? I didn't know he wrote already. He has a new column?
Oh, yeah. It's there on the new Rivals site, which has
Inside
been
Nebraska.
renamed Inside Nebraska.
Where's it at?
Well, it's Nate Klaus. The article says Nate Klaus returns to join Inside Nebraska team, and it's written by Nate Klaus.
Oh. Well, I haven't read that one yet.
But yeah, he equated his situation with being a recruit, where maybe they made too many scholarship offers, and there was a decommit, and then
He
now
was in
he's
the writer's portal
now he's
forever.
recommitted.
Too many unofficial visits.
Yeah, probably.
Well, good. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Nate, and welcome back, Sip, from the ranks of the unemployed.
Yeah. He had an interesting month.
He did have an interesting month. Josh is having more problems with this
I'm
microphone.
mad.
Do you know
We've
why?
had these cables sitting here for a month, and now we have other cables, and these cables don't work either.
You shouldn't have started the show with soccer. That's all I can say.
I guess so. I apologize.
It's the curse.
I apologize.
It's the curse.
Well, how do you explain the rest of the times that this has happened this last month?
Well, today's the first day it's happened
No,
since you changed out the cord.
No, it's
been subtle. It's louder today.
It's definitely louder today.
Are you sure it's just not your voice?
I hope not. We'll find out though.
Yes, we will.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620, which is both the voice and text line. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Yeah, that's the OG way to send in your dumb debates.
Mm-hmm.
And use the hashtag, please, dumb debates. We've got some good ones this week that we will get to. Or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. I, again, startled out of my near slumber last night by Twitter going nuts about a hockey game. I was like, whoa, wait.
Oh, all the goals?
They scored though I'll admit I was a little disappointed.
Nice goal late there, Colorado.
I was a little disappointed when I heard about all the goals scored, and I saw that when I tuned over, it was 7-6, and I thought, that's not really that many, is it?
What are you talking about?
I mean,
7
yes,
to 6.
I know it is. I know it is. But I was kind of hoping to turn over and see 13-12.
Well, that's a college baseball game.
But I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was still fun to watch, and the Avs got the first win. I was a little disappointed for Canada.
Yeah.
But
happy for my bet of the day. Appreciate, John, the support for my bet of the day.
Avalanche.
And it really shouldn't count. I mean, they pulled the goalie. It was an easy goal.
Shouldn't count?
It really shouldn't
That's
count.
not how wagering works. If it did, I'd be a perfect.
This wasn't wagering. This was hockey. They should just give him a half goal in that spot.
Nah, I don't. Well, so I have a push?
Yeah, you got push.
All right, I guess I have a push.
By the way, we've got a sports flash that's really not a sports flash.
Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
The jury has ruled in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. It's over, folks. The jury has ruled in favor of Johnny Depp. So Johnny Depp defeats Amber Heard.
Sports Flash.
But the jury also ruled in favor of Heard, who said she was defamed by Depp's lawyer when he called her abuse allegations a hoax.
Sports Flash.
So I really don't know what this means now.
Then why did you say any of it?
Because it's a breaking story.
Sports Flash.
Everybody but us apparently has been following
We
this.
did a great job at not ever talking about this, and then you just ruined it.
Well, I thought people might want to know.
I don't think they did.
At the very end. We didn't cover any of the other stuff at the very end. You started this segment with soccer, for crying out
That's
loud.
sports. Not
I
his
figured we
trial.
at least would have talked about the poop in the bed.
Poop in the bed.
Oh, there's poop in the bed. There's poop
In
in,
what
the bed.
Apparently, was
Oh,
it her?
again,
was it
Amber
her?
Heard pooped in his bed.
Her
I don't-
in his bed.
Didn't pay attention. I swear to God, I did not pay attention.
Neither did I, but I
didn't know who Amber Heard was until yesterday, and then I realized
you've never heard of her.
We watched Aquaman.
See, but then I realized she's
she
in
was in
Pineapple.
Aquaman?
She's in Pineapple Express.
Oh, that
she was
is
Seth
her.
Rogen's high school girlfriend.
Oh,
and I was like,
okay.
oh man, I remember liking her back in the day.
Yeah,
that's all I have to say about.
I didn't
Amber
really follow it because the whole thing made me angry.
Yeah,
But I know the poop in the bed.
I guess we did talk about this last week. I had an article saved. I opened the article. I got a paragraph in, and I said, nope. And then I closed the article. I deleted the saved article out of my app, and I moved on with my life.
That's fair.
All right, let's move on with our lives.
Yeah, she was in Pineapple.
Yes, she was.
She was in Zombieland too.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
She was also in Machete Kills.
Didn't see that one.
A fine movie.
I didn't see any of the machetes. I need to.
Machete.
You were a big
I've
fan.
seen
I
Spy
love
Kids,
Machete.
which are kind of
She's in
spin-offs.
Spy Kids?
No, but Uncle Machete is in Spy Kids.
Yes, okay. Danny Trejo? Is that
Yeah.
what you're talking
No,
about?
but his name's actually Uncle Machete. It's like the same universe. It's insane.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
All right, so I don't know what that means. Apparently, a split decision has happened today. Oh wait,
That's like a draw. It's like me. A push. It's like my push in
yeah,
bed in my weird bed of the day hockey thing.
Depp apparently gets 15 million, but then she gets 2 million from the countersuit. So he profits 13.
So it's like when you Venmo somebody and then they're
Yeah.
like quickly like Venmoing you back, but here's the $20 that I owed
Yeah.
you. It's like, but I just gave you $40. I could have
Right.
just given you 20.
Right.
Okay. Well, hopefully they do it over Venmo. I'm happy. So there will
I
be
hope
no
they-
more
I
tweets
hope-
about this.
I hope they do it over Western Union.
Somebody in the
Or in
402.
all pennies.
402 is not giving us their name. Give us your name, 402 person. It says, so the trial ended in a tie. Everyone gets a blue ribbon.
Yep.
Okay.
A draw.
A draw. Thank you, Nick.
Please check with the bailiff for your participation ribbon.
They both passed go, but they don't get well, they get $13 million.
Well,
one of them does.
Yeah. He profits 13 million.
Okay.
It's good to see. It's good to see, Johnny Depp finally getting paid.
Yeah. I've always hated
for all
that guy.
his years of hard work.
I hate his movies, except for like one of them.
You don't like Pirates of the Caribbean?
That's the one I like. Just the first one.
Only really?
Yeah.
2 and 3 are also good.
No, can't stand Johnny Depp. Too weird.
was
He's weird for the sake of being weird. No, thank you.
That was actually the last movie
really good at
I
being weird.
legit fell asleep during.
The first one?
No, the fourth. Remember when they did
I
the
didn't
fourth
see I
Pirates?
definitely didn't see the
The fourth one is bad.
I
saw the
fell
second
asleep
and
during
And the
it.
fifth one also bad.
There's a fifth one?
There's
Uh-huh.
a fifth one.
Good Lord.
Then there's one that was supposed to get released that Disney fired him off of when all of this started.
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good at all. All right.
All right.
Coming up, we also have 100 days to college football. We'll
Yeah.
look more into the SEC meetings. And did they decide anything? And where's their little playoff thing going to go?
Those are the questions.
We got many questions.
Well, we have answers.
I don't know if we'll have answers. I do have the answer, though, for fellas who are having problems with erectile dysfunction. The answer is Brookside Medical and the advanced wave technology, which has been shown by Cambridge University to restore and regrow blood vessels. That helps get the blood flowing again and restores your normal erectile function. And it's all done without surgery. No scalpels, no lasers. It's just wave technology. And right now, if you call Brookside at 402-671-7777, you can get a free consultation and blood flow ultrasound. Plus, they'll add an extra special gift that is sure to help in the bedroom. So why time every intimate moment to the taking of a pill and worry about the side effects when you can get your problems fixed with the advanced wave technology at Brookside Medical? Call them today, 402-671-7777.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Join Blur Parties at Hilton Omaha this June as we host a premier college baseball championship tailgate. Experience an all-inclusive full bar and buffet, TV, music, and a variety of tailgate games. Book a corporate tailgate event or just hang out with friends. The best part is we're located on the south side of Charles Schwab Field at the Hilton Omaha. Visit blurparties.com to buy tickets or to find out about sponsorship opportunities. That's blurparties.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Having an issue with ED might begin in the bedroom, but it doesn't end there. It can also do a number on your confidence. But know this, you're not alone. 30 million guys deal with ED in the U.S. Fortunately, treating ED is now more straightforward and less awkward than ever, thanks to Hims. Through Hims, you can get the generic form of Viagra, which uses the same active ingredient for just $3 per use. Just go to 4hims.com and chat with a medical provider online. And if appropriate, you'll be prescribed the ED medication that's best for you. And it'll be shipped free to your door in discreet packaging. Simple. Plus, Hims gives you unlimited follow-up visits with medical providers. Get your confidence back at 4hims.com. Love your results or your money back.
To get started today, go to forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free visit. forhims.com/radio.
For thousands across the heartland, summer means one thing: hunger. Having extra mouths to feed, paired with the rising cost of food, puts an additional strain on already tight budgets. Families need your support now more than ever. Stop by the Food Bank for the Heartland's Stuff the Truck event on Saturday, June 11th at the Baker's Lakeside location off 173rd and Center from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Your donations of non-perishable items will fill tables with food and hearts with hope. Help the Food Bank strike out hunger this summer.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's new $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
I'm not going very far. It's too uncomfortable. I'm in a hurry. Sometimes I just forget.
There's no such thing as a good excuse for not buckling up. You're not only putting yourself at risk of injury or death, it could also cost you lots of money. Cops are writing tickets, so why take the risk? Do the smart thing and start buckling up every trip, day or night. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
The 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. John, Josh, and Nick on this Wednesday, which kind of still feels like a Tuesday. Eric Sorensen of D1 Baseball will join us here in just a few minutes as we look across the college baseball landscape, the 64-team field assembling for Omaha, or what they hope will be Omaha. Meantime, Trev Alberts did an interview with Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald, talked about the potential for stadium upgrades down the road, and just judging by the tenor of the article and some of the quotes therein, it sounds like they're taking a lot of the suggestions they got from the over 20,000 surveys that they got back from last winter, I believe, when they did this. And they're taking a lot of it to heart. And, fans are looking for more comfort in the stadium. They're looking for more concessions. They're looking for more accessibility.
Yeah. It came out. The results came out in March. And so it had, they had done that, I believe at the end of last year, early this year. That was my read on it too. It was almost like the beginning of kind of laying that groundwork for there are going to be some changes in the stadium. And of course, when you have change, that means disruptions. That means that, things you might get moved into a different part of the stadium, especially if you are in one of the oldest parts of the stadium, which is most of the stadium. Very few spots, I think, will probably remain, as they are. The question that I kind of have coming out of this is the same one that I usually have, John, and that's what's going to happen with South Stadium. And also seat backs. Because there was a quote in there. It's pretty fair to say that having seat backs and as many seats as you possibly can is a great idea. Sam McEwen wrote, he stopped short of giving a number on eventual seat backs, although any stadium renovation is bound to include more of them. So I wonder what that looks like, both in the literal sense of how many spots in the stadium. Like, you can probably get away with not putting seat backs where the students sit for the most part. But also when we say seat backs, are we talking about what it's like in the new East Stadium, like where my parents sit in the 600 level?
Is it a bench seat
with a back,
or is it an actual chair?
My guess would be the latter more than the former, just because if you do chairs, I mean, you're talking about you're tamping the attendance down by quite a bit, which is going to happen anyway.
Well, even in the older parts of the stadium, really, anywhere, even if you just put a back on the current bench setup, you're going to be cramped for space, so you're going to have to reduce capacity.
Yeah,
because there's not a lot of leg room anyway.
Dude, you almost like, are they going to go every other row? Like, I don't think that it would be that drastic, but I don't think they can like re-leg concrete, in these situations.
Right. So
unless they're tearing down a part of the stadium, which if they do, it would be south.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things. Albert said that some of them are potentially disruptive in areas, but as we think about the future with some of these changes that are happening in our industry, it'd be a wise time to take a look at some of the changes with the fan experience. Now, they obviously changed out all the old bench seats for chair backs when they redid the balcony many years ago. So there's some elements that they could do, and let's face it, they're also going to have to be creative with, which seats get attached to a donation, which ones don't, because I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing a decrease. Though they did.
Well, right now, every seat is attached to a donation if you're not grandfathered in.
They did announce they had 92% renewal from last year. But why you've seen kind of a gradual degradation of the ticket base, a lot of it has been the fact that, hey, why am I paying a donation for a crummy seat in South Stadium, for example, or, where I'm sitting with a bench? I don't need this. I'll stay at home. And so they'll have to probably, it would not surprise me if at some point there will be seats that won't be tied to donations at all.
Beyond just the student seats.
Correct.
Like you could have a season ticket without a donation?
Perhaps.
I mean,
or you have a GA section where, maybe you don't sell them as season
kind of
tickets.
like student tickets, really.
Certainly.
Hey, a standing room only section.
Exactly.
Beyond just a standing room, I'm trying to think of the way to describe it. Like you would see it like a professional stadium. Or
Sure.
like that. That's an interesting idea. I mean, I don't even want to say it's like outside the box, but it's different than what they've done. I wouldn't hate that idea.
Well,
I think you get a lot of more younger
honestly,
fans.
it just depends on how much more massaging and creative accounting you use and how much, gray matter you use on trying to prop up the sellout streak. At some point when they finally let go of it, I truly think it will free them up to do a lot more things and not have to worry about answering questions about that anymore. Because we know, and I know the number is not as great as it used to be, but we do know that there's a healthy percentage of the fan base that still thinks that sellout streak is A, legit, and B, important.
Definitely the latter. I can't believe the former, just given that they literally were giving away thousands of seats last year.
But I do think once you kind of let go of that and just acknowledge, hey, that part is done. That's part of our history. That's part of our past. Then they could really open some things up. As far as, one of the things that gets in the way, and I know we've talked about it a lot, we've joked about it, the South Stadium parking garage concept. But one of the things that does get in the way is that old locker room space that Nebraska used for the 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's classroom space now.
Yeah.
And so you would either have to build around that or relocate that in order to, do everything you want to there. So I would be surprised. I think what you'll see is you'll just see a gradual changing over time. You're not going to see one big project like they're doing right now with the football facility.
They can't.
You're not going to do one big project where it's all right, we're just going to, it'll be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I think you'll just see some different smaller things over time. And then maybe when they have the ability to do it, especially once the new football complex is built, then you might see an actual large scale project where it's like, all right, we're going to do a massive change with this.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. I could be wrong, but
yeah,
he said he's got a big binder of ideas that have been sitting there. So they've obviously been talking about it. They've been talking at length about it, and they're serious about it. And you'll see changes. And hopefully, they will actually take all of the suggestions that they got to heart.
One more tweet before we talk to Eric. Zachary says they should do the seating they would put in if they built a brand new stadium. Anything less is a waste of time and money. That's an interesting idea because really what you're asking is, hey, Josh, if they were to build a new stadium today, what would the capacity be? In my opinion, they're not going to go that low because it would probably be under 60. If you're building a stadium now, a modern stadium for the modern college football fan, I think you'd probably want it at 60 to 70.
Yeah.
But I'd go on the short end because I'd look ahead and say, how are we going to keep getting fans in here, especially as the product on the field is what it is? At a certain point, my age is going to be like the dominant age of the fan base. Are you going to be able to get a bunch of us there?
While the money is important, they
got the TV money.
The constant increase and value of the TV deal is dwarfing the actual ticket revenue that you make. I'm not saying that schools won't want to make ticket revenue because that's something they can keep all to themselves. They don't have to share with anybody. So it's not like Nebraska or anybody else would want to sacrifice that. But the more that TV money goes up, that puts less strain on having to fill 80 or 90,000 seats.
Yes.
And thus you can bring the total
more
number
comfortable
down
for the fans.
And I think they will. I think over time you'll see, I bet within the next 10 to 15 years, max capacity in that stadium will be in the 70,000 range.
I would agree.
Would be my guess at this point, after all is said and done. Well, there won't be 70,000 people, at least for one game at the College World Series. That would take about 3 games to get to 70,000. But Eric Sorensen will tell us who's going to be there, or at least who he thinks will be there. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Living is all about great experiences. We invite you to experience everything that Sarpy County has to offer. The great outdoors awaits you at Fontenelle Forest or Schramm State Park. As the pro sports capital of Nebraska, grab your family and enjoy an Omaha Storm Chasers or Union Omaha game at Werner Park. Nothing beats watching your child catch their first foul ball or perhaps a fish at one of Sarpy's many reservoirs. Visit GoSarpy.com to plan your next experience this spring.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision, the only place in our area to specialize in all 7 FDA-approved vision correction procedures. Find out which of those 7 you qualify for by visiting their website today, KuglerVision.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
1620 The Zone, live and local, broadcasting 6A to 6P in the Host Coffee Zone studio. Host Coffee, offering office break room refreshment services to Omaha and Lincoln metro area businesses. Discover a better break room solution for your office at sales@hostcoffee.net.
CM's Outdoor, now a proud part of Ryan Lawn and Tree. For a limited time, get your first lawn or pest application for free. Schedule a free estimate at bestomahalawns.com. That's bestomahalawns.com.
The Omaha Farmers Market is open every Saturday in the Old Market from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and every Sunday in Exarban Village from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. May 7th through October 16th, enjoy the bountiful season of locally grown and handmade goods. Get the city's best selection of fresh produce, herbs, meat, and more. To keep up with what's in season, visit omahafarmersmarket.org and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Presented by University of Nebraska Omaha Methodist Health System and KETV Channel 7.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
It's almost College World Series time. And, of course, you can hear all the games right here on 1620 The Zone. And as we get ready for the start of the NCAA tournament, we welcome in a gentleman who has been more than happy to contribute on occasion to One Beer Friday, where he's either sitting on a beach or at a ballpark. Eric Sorensen of D1 Baseball joins us. Mr. Stitchhead, how are you today?
Yeah, man. I'm very geeked. This is my time of year to geek out, and I'm also fired up that you guys had me on the show today because it always feels like a family reunion with you guys, except you're the family I want to be around. So there you go.
We appreciate that. And we love having you back around home too. I mean, your travels take you everywhere. I believe last week you were at the Big 12 tournament, right?
No, last year. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Short-term memory loss. It wasn't the Big 12 last year. I think I was in Phoenix. I was for the WAC tournament last year, but this year I got to go down to the Big 12.
Right.
Okay. This time I got to go down to the Big 12 this past weekend to check out Oklahoma winning that one and all the teams in the Big 12 that are doing really well this year. So, yeah, it was a good time. And it was indoors, nice and air-conditioned and everything. So I didn't have to worry about rain delays or anything like that, lightning delays.
Yeah, we wouldn't know anything about that in Omaha last weekend. Definitely not.
No, the Big Ten didn't have any issues with that.
Yeah. I heard, just everywhere. Big Ten, SEC had a lot of problems. One of it was that the Sun Belt, I think, went to single elimination.
Yes.
They were like, screw it. We're just having too much rain here. So, well, that's what you get for not having a dome stadium built on your campuses. Sorry, guys.
Well, Eric, speaking of the Big 12, you saw Oklahoma make their run through that tournament. They were already on a nice little kick in the stretch drive going in. They had won a couple of road series at TCU and Texas Tech. Now Oklahoma goes into Gainesville, into that regional. How wary should folks be there about the Sooners? Because they seem to be one of the hottest teams next to Tennessee coming into this tournament.
Yeah, man. I was saying that from a couple weeks ago. I said, watch out for this Oklahoma team. They lost 2 of their first 3, I think, conference weekends, and then just went on a spree. They won the last 5 in a row. And then, of course, you guys saw they went unbeaten in the Big 12 tournament. Man, this is just a team that's hot. And another thing that they got was Cade Horton is he's got first round type of talent on the mound, and he's really not been pitching that well, getting back from Tommy John this year. But the last few weeks he's been great, and when I saw him this weekend, he was just spot on. So he's kind of an added arm that you can add to their arsenal a little bit. So OU's a hot team, and they were definitely my team. They're definitely my dark horse for Omaha. When we had our D1 baseball had our roundtable of who we picked to be in the final 8, I included Oklahoma in mine because you also have to think, Florida's they based a lot on freshmen. They had them and UCLA tied for the #1 recruiting class in the country this year, and Florida used a bunch of those freshmen this year. So be careful how they do when the pressure's on and the spotlight's on them this weekend at a home regional. So that's why I give a couple of reasons I like Oklahoma.
Eric, you mentioned Tennessee early in the answer. You've, of course, been watching and following the sport for a long time. I wonder if you think it would be a surprise if they weren't able to win it all, or just given the nature of college baseball and what could happen this week and next or in Omaha, should we almost expect something like that to happen, especially since the #1 overall seed hasn't won since, the late 90s?
Yeah, it was back Miami back to way long ago when you guys were still kids. I say that jokingly, of course. We're all old men now.
Yeah.
No, but you're right. I think Tennessee obviously is the overall #1, the obvious favorite for this. If you're going to put a favorite on, and if you're going to go to Vegas and put money on a team, Tennessee you're going to put it on, just because of, they're leading the country in team ERA. They're one of the tops in top batting average. Yeah, I'm still kind of looking for a weakness from this team. But I have said this on radio shows in the past, just the past few weeks. One thing we need to keep in mind is the last two full seasons we've had dominant teams, UCLA in 2019 and Arkansas in 2021, where they dominated and they were at the number one position for 10 to 12 weeks, both of them. And they both lost in the super regionals as the number one seed. Michigan beat UCLA and went on to play for the national title. And last year it was NC State going into Arkansas and beating them. So it can happen. It can happen to anybody. You can have a bad weekend anywhere. So I put that caveat next to Tennessee. I mean, obviously there's not a lot. There's no glaring problems with Tennessee. They're just a dominant team. But let's wait and see, because you never know what can happen this time of year, and it's proven that way the last two full seasons we had with UCLA and Arkansas going down in the super regionals.
Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com, joining us here as we preview the NCAA baseball tournament. Tennessee has been such a story all season long with their early season dominance. They had the unbeaten streak to begin the season. Still single-digit losses this year. That dominance, in a way, can kind of water down the conversation with everybody else. It almost felt like beyond Tennessee, and I would also throw Oregon State and Stanford in there. But below that, I think you could almost make a case that anyone from seeds 4 through 16, you could have changed the order of any of those other teams. And I don't know if you would have had a lot of complaining, just because all the conversation seems to be at the very top, and a lot of the other teams just kind of fit in. And in other words, it doesn't feel like this top 8 is like, oh yeah, these are definitely the top 8 teams. Really feels like we're talking about 2 or 3 teams.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I think the top 3, maybe throw Virginia Tech in there as a 4. You're right. I'll agree with that. And then the rest, yeah, they could just kind of fall into place and not have a lot of argument. I mean, if you guys are going to ask me the biggest beef I had with the selection committee, I'll say Notre Dame not getting a number 1, but that's for later discussion. But yeah, I think any of these teams pretty even from probably 4 or 5 down to 16. It's all anybody. It's just a crapshoot. It's just about anybody's game. If you had to ask who a lock for Omaha now would be, I would say those top 4 is pretty strong, with Tennessee, Stanford, Oregon State, and Virginia Tech, and yeah, just a lot of storylines all the way down the rest of the way to the top 16, and who knows how many of these 16 will survive. I think that's another thing you kind of look at is none of these teams are so dominant that they're overwhelming favorites. I think we're going to see a lot of attrition from these top 16 seeds this time around when Monday and Tuesday comes around. So it's going to be exciting. I think just pretty balanced, pretty even. And I think that's going to make for a lot of upsets. And I put upsets kind of in air quotes because a lot of these teams, like you look even at a Texas State, they're a number 2 seed out in Stanford. They're a good team. They're a top 10. They've been a top 15 team all season long. So you never know what can happen even against Stanford. But I'm really excited to see how it turns out. I think we're going to have a lot of June madness coming out of this weekend.
Eric, this is the second now full season that college baseball has had since the COVID cancellation of 2020, the second full season for all of the NCAA sports. We talked a lot about it with football and with basketball about how those extra years of eligibility affected those sports. It seems like we're right in the heart, I think, of everything, and now moving forward, it will start dissipating a little. How do you think that affected college baseball in 2022?
Yeah, I think it's kind of made for really good baseball. I think the coaches love when they have guys that are like gym rats that'll be there for 4 and 5 years and stuff like that. I mean, those are the kind of good college players that they love, and I think we've seen a lot of that in this past season. I just think the quality of play has been better, and you have teams like, I'm going to go back to Texas State again. I mean, you have teams them and Dallas Baptist and Georgia Southern, which are, a lot of mid-majors really gained from having these guys around for an extra year. And Texas State is a team full of seniors and grad student type players, which makes them tough because these are guys that aren't going to make a lot of mistakes. They're not going to make those bonehead freshman mistakes a lot of times. So you're going to have a good team on the field. And I think the mid-majors have certainly benefited a little bit from that. And I guess everybody has. I guess I can't exactly, just single out the mid-majors, but I think that's one of the facets of this of this extra year that that everybody's been given is that it's just made for a little bit better baseball, and coaches a little bit happier having older guys around playing for an extra year. And so, yeah, I think it's been kind of to a benefit of college baseball for sure. And I think it's probably the same for the other sports too. But I've really enjoyed seeing the benefits for my sport coming out.
Eric Sorensen of D1Baseball.com joining us. You spent a little time on Selection Day with TCU, and of course, what happens? TCU loses its longtime coach, Jim Schlossnagle, who basically turned TCU into a perennial College World Series participant or threat. He goes to Texas A&M, and guess where TCU ends up going in their regional? They go to Texas A&M. How intense could that situation be this weekend in College Station?
Well, well, first of all, just going back, I mean, these are two natural rivals, back in the Southwest Conference days. And even when A&M went to the SEC, Jim Schlossnagle's Horned Frogs were matched up with Texas A&M a number of times over the past few years in the postseason. So, yeah, just naturally, they're going to have a good rivalry about them. And, Schlossnagle didn't leave on bad terms with, it's not like him and Kirk Saarloos, the new coach at TCU, they didn't. He was an assistant under Schlossnagle. It's not like they had a bad falling out or anything. They still have a mutual admiration society for each other. So it's not a bitter rivalry as far as the coaches go, but players and fans, yeah, it can be, and I think that's going to be exciting. I think it's kind of a thing where the NCAA. I went into that viewing party thinking to myself, there ain't no way they're getting sent anywhere other than College Station. I was just like, the NCAA kind of loses. Okay, I know they kind of like to have these kind of matchups sometimes, but they've put TCU and A&M together so many times. It's like, can you get a little more creative, guys? Come on, you have to keep sending these two teams facing each other. But this is the one year you kind of would like to see these two face off. And again, like Kirk Saarloos said, though, it's not going to be him and Schlossnagle in uniform making diving catches and sliding in the dirt. It's going to be the players that decide it, and so it's going to be fun though. It's going to be really cool to see these two face off against each other. Again, it's not a bitter thing, not between the coaches, but between like the fan bases and players. It might be a little bit heated. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Eric, along those lines, what other regionals are you most interested in storyline wise? And then is there a potential super that really has you excited if we get to see those two teams face off?
Yeah. I tell you what, guys. Again, I'm going to go back and touch on the fact that Notre Dame really got the shaft once again this year, worse so than last year, where they should have been a top 8 seed. Them not getting a number one seed, I don't understand. I just don't get it. But that's one thing is when they win this Georgia Southern Regional, and I said when, not if, they're going to win it. I think it's going to be a really great, interesting matchup with Tennessee, because Notre Dame has been, their pitching staff has been in the top 10 ERA all season long, and they don't beat each other too much. Or they don't beat themselves up too much. And they played at Mississippi State last year, so they're used to, it's not like they're going to go into Tennessee wide-eyed and intimidated. So that's certainly one that I had circled. And I thought, like I said, this Stanford Regional that actually I'll be going to here this weekend up in Palo Alto, strong field. I think that's the one I really look forward to. And I think it'll be interesting if they get matched up with Maryland, who they're matched up with as the number one there. Maryland's a Big Ten team. The Big Ten didn't get treated all that well. I thought Rutgers should have gotten a bid this year. And I think Maryland's probably going to be a little better than people think. I still have Stanford coming out of that, but that's certainly a great matchup. And one more I'll mention, you guys. LSU got sent to Southern Miss, which is about 2.5 hours away. So it's essentially going to be a home crowd for LSU in Hattiesburg. And I think they're going to come out of that and get matched up with Miami in a super regional. And so kind of a rematch of that 1996 Warren Morris. Although, yeah, we got 20 some odd years later.
Yes.
But nonetheless, that's going to be a great super regional, I think, down in Coral Gables. I'm looking at LSU coming out of Southern Miss's regional and Miami coming out of theirs too, but it won't be easy with Arizona. It's the number 2 there.
Now, I don't know if you've memorized your bracket yet or if you have a bracket in front of you, but I think one of the most interesting oddity statistics since the College World Series moved into their new digs at now Charles Schwab Field is that in 8 of the 10 years that they have had a College World Series at Charles Schwab Field, there has been a regional number 3 seed that made the field. Last year it was Virginia, and of course, In 2019, you had Michigan, who played for the national title, and Florida State. They were both 3 seeds in their regional and made it all the way to Omaha. Do you see a 3 seed out there that could be the next team to make it? Because when you look at the list, Eric, there's some good 3 seeds. I mean, names like Texas Tech, Coastal Carolina, Michigan, Santa Barbara, Ole Miss, Florida State. I mean, there's some teams that have World Series pedigree that are coming into their regionals a 3 seed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's certainly true. And I guess I would probably the first thing I would lean toward is like a Florida State. You mentioned them, Florida State. I don't think Auburn as a 1 is that strong of a 1. And then UCLA is a really good team that's going to be really good in years ahead. I mentioned earlier they had the #1 recruiting class. They play a lot of freshmen too, just like Florida does. So I think Florida State coming out of there as a 3 seed might not be that big of a shock. And, we are talking about an ACC team, and the ACC had the best conference this year. I know I'm probably going to be hung in effigy in the SEC country right now. I don't care. But ACC had the best college baseball conference this year, and Florida State would be a great pick as a number 3. I also kind of like UConn. I know that's probably under the radar, and they would have to probably get through Stanford. But UConn is one of the best pitching cores in the country as a 3 seed going out to Maryland, which is very winnable. So those would probably be the ones that I would lean toward as 3s to make it out.
All right. Well, we are looking forward to some kind of a One Beer Friday tweet when you're out there in Palo Alto. Find us a good, maybe not necessarily a vino there in Northern California, but a good brew or a whiskey, and send us a pic from the regional this weekend. We'll be looking forward to it.
Absolutely, guys. It's one of the things I was glad I could kind of latch on to that you guys have done. So I look forward to doing that, and look forward to seeing you guys in person and doing the live reads when I come on the radio with you guys there.
Absolutely.
Can't wait.
You'll be here and we'll be there. Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com. You can follow him, Stitch_head on Twitter. Thank you, Eric.
You got it. Thanks for sharing the airwaves, guys.
You bet. Eric Sorensen joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. There are a lot of good 3 seeds. Here's my pick. Dallas Baptist.
Oh,
coming out of Austin and then maybe upsetting East Carolina, or we could have DBU over Virginia. Dallas Baptist is my number 3 seed to make the run. That is an amazing stat, though.
Yeah, seriously. How long did you say it's been going back?
So ever since 2011, the first year of the new stadium, there has been at least 1 regional 3 seed in 8 of the 10 tournaments. And 1 year we had 2 of them.
That's like even crazier than the 12s over the 5s, in college basketball.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of put it into basketball terms,
to make it to the series,
a 3 seed in a regional is probably in that 9 to 12 range.
So that's saying every year for a decade, a 9 to 12 makes it to the Elite 8.
To the Elite 8,
yeah.
And in some of these cases, rare. I mean, Michigan made it all the way to the final 2.
Yep.
I think 2015 didn't Virginia make the finals? I believe they did. So yeah,
interesting.
So
it's a good stat.
You've had some really good runs, and the average number of 1 seed or top 8 national seeds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your top 8 national seeds in order: Tennessee, Stanford, Oregon State, Virginia Tech, Texas A&M, Miami, Oklahoma State, and East Carolina. On average, in the last 5 College World Series, less than 5 of those top 8 national seeds make it to Omaha.
And as I mentioned,
of that group, you're probably going to get 4. In a good year, you'll get 5. We haven't had more than 5 top 8 national seeds make it to Omaha since 2011. We have never had all 8 make it to Omaha. 7 is the max.
7, and as I mentioned, no number 1 seed has won the whole thing since the 90s, since 1999 in Miami.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Yep. Yeah, that's the last one. Now,
the last team that I can remember that was talked about like this, was Oregon State a few years back in 2017. But of course, there was a lot of controversy at the very, very end of that season for them. Right? Was that after the Supers? Did that news come down after the Supers, or did it come down before the NCAA tournament with what's his name, the pitcher?
At Oregon State.
Yeah,
that was right before.
Was that right before Omaha? And I looked it up. I forgot they won a couple of games in Omaha. I thought for some reason that they went 2-Q.
I think it came out between the regionals and it was either right before the regionals or right before the super regionals.
So that team, they in totality that year, John, they lost 6 games, including 2 in Omaha. So they entered Omaha. They went.
And we're talking about
2017 Oregon State. They're a pitcher, Heimlich.
Luke
so
Heimlich.
They won their regional. They swept their regional. Oh, that's right. Nebraska was in their regional, but they didn't play them because they lost to Yale. So they swept the regional. They beat Vandy in 2 in the Supers. They made it to Omaha. They won 2 games. They were in the winners bracket, and then they fell apart. They scored 2 combined runs in their last 2 games. So that's the last team that I can remember that was talked about like Tennessee.
Like this is,
but
yeah.
Tennessee, knock on wood, no controversy at all following them. So, we'll see. People have been talking about this Tennessee team like an all-timer since, I don't know, March.
Well, they started like, I can't remember what it was, 23-0 or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
And certainly, but to your point, again, no overall number 1 seed has won the whole thing since 1999, which was the very first year they started this bracketing where they actually assigned top 8 national seeds. We went a long time. This is the longest streak of top 8 national seeds to go all the way since 99 to 2003. 4 straight years we've had a top 8 national seed win the title. But before that, we went like 10 of the previous 12 where no top 8 national seed won the national title. So it's starting, the seeding is starting to get a little more chalky, but again, that's a long streak to break for Tennessee. And you just wonder what kind of pressure's on them, right?
Yep.
A lot of expectation. And now you've played so well this year.
And they kept playing well in the SEC tournament.
Anything but the national championship will feel like a massive disappointment.
Yeah,
even though Tennessee has, not been in the national title game. I'm trying to remember if they've ever been in the national title game, for that matter. But it's been a while.
They were the runner-up in 1951.
There you go.
1951.
I mean, anything less than winning the whole thing will be a disappointment.
Yeah. And you know how it is too, man? Like baseball, just the mental side of the game.
Sure it is.
And how you could just get a few batters that are struggling at the plate and just how that can just kind of snowball into something else. You see it all the time in baseball.
Well, so, Eric has an interesting point. If UConn were to make it out of that Maryland regional and get that's the kind of, well, I guess they're matched up differently. He was mentioning Notre Dame. Notre Dame, great pitching staff. That's one thing that can stunt a team's momentum that.
Yes, it can.
If you roll out 2 or 3 good starters and just shut them down. So I think it's going to be a very interesting weekend. And of course, a lot of the action will be on ESPN Plus, and Matt Schick and friends will have the bases loaded coverage where they bounce from place to place. It's actually really good viewing for those of you who, can't sit through a baseball game.
It's awesome.
They can
it's like
just
Red Zone.
bounce from place to place. And usually we get a lot of drama happening. It really feels like what, the NCAA tournament used to feel like before they really started staggering the times.
Yeah. Where it was just boom, boom, boom.
Where
boom,
you would
boom,
go
boom,
from
boom.
great finish to great finish to great finish.
Yeah.
So you can check that out on the ESPN app and on some of the ESPN family of networks. Of course, the Women's College World Series will be playing out this weekend. So you'll probably watch most of your baseball coverage on the app. But coming up, we've got Mike Schaefer in about 30 minutes, and Steve Sipple makes a rare Wednesday appearance.
Woo, baby!
As we celebrate his new job as the barista at Starbucks. And
He'll do a great job.
He's doing a fantastic job in every respect. But 100 Days to College Football is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. Perhaps you haven't picked up those clubs in a few years. Perhaps it's been since last year when you put them away for the winter season. Maybe you played just yesterday or this past weekend. No matter what type of golfer you are, if you've never played before, if you are a scratch golfer, you can always get better. You can always improve. And, of course, that is where Mike Favre steps in. He has helped me out a lot. We have another lesson coming up this Friday morning. Had one earlier this week. Worked on the short game. Worked on the putting. When you look at the strokes gained or where so much of your score comes from in golf, well, a lot of that is going to happen around or on the green. And that is why we are working on that putting, trying to make it even better. He can do that for you. He can also help you in the middle of the fairway, in the rough, all the way back onto the tee. He'll find those things that can be fixed with your swing, and he can make you better, stronger mentally as well, and better overall as a golfer. Give him a call at 402-498-0220. Ask about instructions with Mike so you can enjoy golf more than ever moving forward. And of course, that phone number, you can book your tee times as well. They're located just north of the Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The Connor Happer Show.
I vow to never lose my wallet.
Now, why are you so sure
I just have
that
not,
you will not?
I'm not going to lose my wallet. I'm walking down the street. I'm checking if I have my wallet like at all times. I'm not going to lose my wallet.
Now, lost is not stolen. Like, you're susceptible to having your wallet stolen.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
I'm not.
You were also saying that.
It will also never be stolen.
Okay.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Really quite pleasant into this evening with partial sun and light north winds and temperatures in the lower 70s. Mostly clear, cooling off tonight. Low temperatures drop all the way back into the upper 40s for low, and spectacular weather coming Thursday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Spring is in the air. At Lanahaw, we offer the area's most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant materials for all of your spring projects. Visit Lanahaw's Garden Center today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. 192nd and Center.
Join Blur Parties at Hilton Omaha this June as we host a premier college baseball championship tailgate. Experience an all-inclusive full bar and buffet, TV, music, and a variety of tailgate games. Book a corporate tailgate event or just hang out with friends. The best part is we're located on the south side of Charles Schwab Field at the Hilton Omaha. Visit blurparties.com to buy tickets or to find out about sponsorship opportunities. That's blurparties.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Listen for the screwball of the day this week on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Could be someone screwy or nutty, but worthy of the screwball of the day title. Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the original peanut butter whiskey, now available near you.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
My wife does that too. I love that.
On 1620 The Zone.
Can you feel the excitement? The long, arduous summer is almost done. The temperatures, once hot and humid, finally cooling down. Fall is here. Why, you ask? Why do seasons change? Why does the sun set earlier after June 21st? Well, that's how the world works, you say. We're in the Milky Way after all. It's a bunch of sciencey stuff, obviously. But you're wrong. Those things don't happen because of science. They happen because we're 100 days from college football. The countdown is on. Will the SEC get 2 teams into the playoffs again? What does Jim Harbaugh do for an encore? And will Nebraska go without any, thus meeting the all-important mystery metrics, at least according to our sources? It's time. It's here. It's 100 days until college football.
I just noticed something. By the way, the afternoon baseball today has been terrible. I mean, every game's been blown out.
It's horrible.
So it's so bad. We're watching the A's.
Yeah, thanks.
I didn't see. Did the Rockies win?
They were losing. They were getting crushed.
Damn it!
That's why I switched the game.
5-0, Nick.
I was hoping you switched it because the Rockies were crushing. Mountains up.
Definitely not.
But have you noticed what the score bug says? It's the
Al
Pacino game.
Hoo-wah!
Hoo-wah!
Hoo-wah! That's funny.
He had H and H for the Astros, and then 0-0,
Hoo-wah!
and then A. Hoo-wah!
That's pretty good.
Well, if we want to get it's who-was.
Who-was.
Oh, it
Plural.
could be like the Sopranos. Who-was. That's still one of the things about the Sopranos that makes me laugh the most is when Ralphie, R.I.P.
I hated that guy.
He was my favorite heel. I love because
he's a horrible person.
He was just a horrible person, but when he's justifying why he should be mad at Tony after he killed his girlfriend, and he's trying to plead his case to Johnny Sack, and he's saying, A, she was a hooah. B, she hit me.
That's like she's the scoreboard right now.
You're such a scumbag.
He was a great scumbag.
He was a great scumbag.
100 days, John.
100 days college football. The SEC meetings have wrapped up, but of course, all the hubbub was whether or not the SEC was actually going to carry through on its blue sky thinking of conducting their own playoff.
And
well, they haven't come to any decision. Come to any decision. But there were a couple of things in the analysis of what happened and what was said yesterday about the playoff. As he mentioned, the idea of an SEC-only playoff is still in a folder someplace. I'm not offering that as leverage. We were talking about our own reality.
Then why talk about it if you're not going to use it as leverage? Why would you talk about it?
Which I would say deserves a giant oink. I'm not using it as leverage. Oink. But there was this. There is, even though we're still a couple of years out from this current contract expiring, there is
4 more years.
There is a bit of a deadline.
4 more years.
Because, as pointed out by The Athletic, over the past few months, Sankey has reminded anyone who will listen that unless the 10 conferences and Notre Dame agree on a new format soon, there will not be time to book a championship game city or other potentially necessary venues before the 2026 season. Now, while that may seem far away, pipe fitters, conventions, and auto shows tend to book a safe distance out from the event date. Realistically, the leagues need to agree on a format by next year.
What was the...
And given the fact that they've stalled out trying to get an early start on a new format, there's no guarantee that they'll come to an easy agreement. Quote, this is Greg Sankey. From my view, we have to consider what happens after the 12-year cycle concludes. And there's nothing, literally nothing, after the 25 season in January of 26.
And what was the... Oh, here it is. So remember, because you might be thinking, this sounds laughable, guys. They can schedule stuff. It's not that big of a deal.
They can schedule stuff, guys. It's no big deal.
There
It's
you
laughable.
go. Nick says that all the time. Remember, John, the news that we got a couple of months ago about Las Vegas losing the national championship game because there was some sort of, was it an auto show that was coming to Vegas? So the college football playoff championship game was going to be played in Vegas, I believe, in January of 2025. That is now getting pushed back because of scheduling conflicts. So this might sound like a hilarious reason for them to need to kick things into high gear, but it's not that hilarious of a reason. They actually have to kick things into high gear.
The other thing that probably should be considered in all of this is that and we didn't really mention this in the moment when the Alliance basically put a kibosh on changing the playoff format early.
Mm-hmm.
But really, the only opinions now that are going to matter are going to be of the Big Ten and the SEC. If they want to change the current format right now, it must be a unanimous vote.
Correct.
Of all the conferences, which includes the group of five, because they're a part of this too. It has to be a unanimous vote. But if you're creating a new format for after the expiration of the current contract, you do not need a unanimous vote.
No. So then you're almost, really it becomes extremely political, which it already is, but you're talking about leagues bartering with other leagues.
Right.
To try to get them on their side.
The
Hey,
only
vote
reason,
with us.
Yeah, the only reason you need a unanimous vote now is because you're under a contract now.
Yeah.
But when you're a
not,
free agent, per se,
it's restricted versus unrestricted.
Which is why, yes, it is. It's unrestricted free agency versus restricted free agency. And that's why I think you're seeing the SEC kind of come up with their own idea. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Big Ten comes up with an idea of their own at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be good. Can't wait to see what Kevin Warren and company put together.
But right now, you're getting a lot of positioning. So again, when Sankey talks about, we're not using this as leverage. Well, yeah, you are.
Mm-hmm.
You're using this as leverage, or at least you're using this as a veiled threat to the rest of college football that, hey, you realize, folks, we all have to come to some kind of a decision before 2026, or some of y'all might get left out in the cold. We're going to be fine no matter what, if we're doing our own playoff and crowning our own champion and telling the rest of you to go get, bent, or we're going to do this somehow as a collective. We still have to come together on some kind of an idea here relatively soon, because we got to start planning some things ahead. But right now, everyone's kind of in this holding pattern, and they're playing this giant game of chicken because they're waiting to see, well, what's this league going to do? And what's this league going to do? Which is part of the reason I think you're seeing a lot of these conferences do away with divisions, because they're like, oh, wait a minute, that league's doing away with divisions, and they're trying to game the system for a new playoff.
So we just got to follow suit.
So we might not. So you're getting a lot of, everyone's following each other right now, and no one is really leading. Well, this is Sankey's way of saying, well, guess what? We're going to start making contingency plans just in case. Y'all can follow us if you want to. And the other leagues are kind of letting them lead them.
I know, it's pretty
They're
crazy,
letting
man.
themselves being led by the SEC.
And in hindsight, I don't know about you, but I just feel more frustration about how they let an entire year go by after all this great planning, and they didn't go with the original plan.
Yeah, they spent 2 years.
Dude.
They spent 2 years on the 12-team plan that they brought forward last summer.
Yeah.
That eventually got killed after, Texas, Oklahoma, made their announcement. They spent 2 years working on that. And it was all blown up in the course of a couple of months.
Yeah, because Oklahoma and Texas went to the SEC. Reading the story again, this is from Andy Staples. He said, Tuesday, Sankey was asked if the SEC would support an 8-team tournament. It would, he said, on one condition, that it featured the top 8 teams and not 6 automatic qualifiers and 2 at-larges. So that moves the format to 12. Weirdly, the Big Ten seems the most adamant about the champions of the current Power 5 leagues having automatic berths instead of simply providing them to the 6th highest-ranked champs. The chance of the Big Ten champ not being one of the 6 highest ranked is microscopic. Again, I'm just stunned that they all kind of let that go by. And I think that you just described it extremely well. They're now being led by the SEC. The SEC is on the offensive right now. They're trying to move the conversation. They're trying to have control. I like the 12-team format with the 6 highest champs way more than an 8-team playoff. Way more than an 8 if it's just going to be the top 8. No, why have the conferences then? That's got to be incredibly frustrating. So I really hope that these other leagues, including the Big Ten, which does have a mighty big stick, that they start getting involved in this stuff. Because look, 4 more years is going to go by pretty fast. They got to figure it out earlier than that, though, given that they'll have to rent out stadiums.
And remember, too, that you've got one conference. Yes, the SEC is going through a major change, but they're adding a couple of teams. The Big 12 is reacting by subtracting 2, but adding 4 back in.
Yeah, they're going to have 12.
And those are 4 teams that are going to be new to the in club.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of going through their own personal feeling out stage within the collective, within their group, but then they also need to figure out kind of where their place is in the world of the Power 5.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this is happening all at the same time. Oh, by the way, people are also waiting to see what the Big Ten does with their television deal, because that's going to kind of set a bar for all the other leagues moving forward when their deals come up. A lot of we kind of joke sometimes about, well, one guy's playing checkers and the other guy's playing 3D chess. Yeah. There's a lot of 3D chess going on right now because there's a lot of balls in the air. The playoff. Who's going to be in the Power 5? Who's not? Television contracts, NIL, transfer portal, the future of just college athletics at large.
That's a great point.
There's a lot going on right now.
They're changing like everything. They're not just changing one thing. It was hard enough. We saw them over the years. It was hard enough for them just to like create a playoff. They're doing that. They're dealing with name, image, likeness. They're dealing with the portal. They're dealing with the idea of separating from the NCAA. There's all sorts of stuff happening right now in college sports.
My point is, you better find some people with brains to run the operation. And right now, Greg Sankey's the one saying, come follow us.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing he's the Pied Piper.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like they don't really care. Hey, you can follow us if you'd like, or don't follow us. Either way, we're going to be fine. There were some other things that came out of SEC meetings we can get to a little bit later on, which includes another weird quote from Jimbo. And speaking of Jimbo, more into the scope of that feud and whether or not Nick Saban's explanation yesterday actually made any sense.
Okay.
But Mike Schaefer's coming up in a minute. Next, the screwballs of the day.
Oh, multiple.
There are multiple screwballs of the day. And you can watch the program anytime by just going to 1620thezone.com. When we're live, our video stream is live. You can watch and actually see the program as it's happening.
See my handsome face.
We're trying to get people to go to 1620
see my handsome face.
You can see my handsome hat. Look at that.
It looks like a poop emoji.
If you wear it every day, it becomes less special,
It's
John.
a champion's
Great point, Nick.
And people see it.
It's a champion's.
If you're
I got to
champion-
remind people. people.
Football players, then when they win the rings, they don't just wear it around all the time. That's gaudy. You're
Well,
wearing
some of
a
them do.
gaudy. Well, those people are gaudy.
Yeah. Do you want to hang out with those types of people?
I thought you were in Nebraska. I think you're salt of the earth, not gaudy.
I am
boy.
salt of the earth.
Do you
Gaudy
want to
boy.
hang out with somebody who still wears their class ring from high school because they went to the state championship?
Better than salt of the earth. Champions of the earth. But you can watch along at 1620thezone.com.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Living is all about great experiences. We invite you to experience everything that Sarpy County has to offer. The great outdoors awaits you at Fontenelle Forest or Schramm State Park. As the pro sports capital of Nebraska, grab your family and enjoy an Omaha Storm Chasers or Union Omaha game at Werner Park. Nothing beats watching your child catch their first foul ball or perhaps a fish at one of Sarpy's many reservoirs. Visit GoSarpy.com to plan your next experience this spring.
What makes you smile? How about using your home equity to make those home improvements you've always wanted? Get a fixed rate on a home equity loan and line of credit for as low as 2.49% APR for 60 months. Rates are going up. Lock in now. Apply online at metrofcu.org. Making your home happier? It's what makes you smile. Metro Credit Union, your local advantage. Visit us online or call 800-301-8549 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured through NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the 75th NBA Finals. And to celebrate 75 years of the NBA, they are giving all customers a $75 referral bonus. That is right. You'll give and get $75 in site credit when you invite a friend to America's #1 sportsbook. All you got to do, invite your friend to the app, and as soon as your friend makes any bet of at least $10, you'll both get a bonus.
That's right. And make sure that they sign up with your referral link. So if you're new to FanDuel, you can also sign up with our promo code 1620 to get free bets after your first bet. That's promo code 1620. The offer ends June 2nd when Game 1 of the finals tips off. Don't miss this chance to bet the finals with a $75 bonus. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Referred players must wager $10 or more within 28 days after signing up. Limit 10 referrals. Site credit is non-withdrawable and expires after 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoya with Kenoya Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Kenoya grown product. Come in and let our family help you find what you are looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Kenoya Garden Center between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Kenoya Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones, the ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one, the ones who know that Atletico's therapists can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
For thousands across the heartland, summer means one thing: hunger. Having extra mouths to feed, paired with the rising cost of food, puts an additional strain on already tight budgets. Families need your support now more than ever. Stop by the Food Bank for the Heartland's Stuff the Truck event on Saturday, June 11th at the Baker's Lakeside location off 173rd and Center from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Your donations of non-perishable items will fill tables with food and hearts with hope. Help the Food Bank strike out hunger this summer.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, before we get to Mike Schaefer, it's time for our Screwball of the Day.
Screwball of the Day.
Presented by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Available where you find your favorite spirits. Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Well, I said there's multiples.
Multiple screwballs.
The Saudi Finance Golf League is actually going to get started. It's actually going to happen.
What?
Next week, it'll be played. Their first event will be played in London. Yesterday, there was a list of 42 players who will participate. It's called, is it LIV or just LIV? Is that short? That's some corporate sponsorship
Yeah,
of some kind.
honestly, I have not heard anyone say it out loud yet.
Yeah,
so I don't
haven't
know
either.
if it's LIV
We'll
or
call
if
it
it's
LIV.
LIV.
The LIV Golf Invitational Series.
Okay.
Among the 42 players, a.k.a. our Screwballs of the Day, Dustin Johnson.
Sad.
Sergio. Charles Schwartzel, who is Tom Brokaw's favorite golfer. Charles Schwartzel, one of the masters today. Former President
Well
Gerald
done.
Ford. Graham McDowell. Louis Oosthuizen. Martin Keimer are among the name golfers.
Cool.
Well, today, according to ESPN's Mark Schleybaugh, PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan met with several agents of tour players, and his message to them was clear. He said, you either choose us or choose them. He's basically going Sith. Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Are you saying that the PGA Tour commissioner is a Sith?
Jay Monahan says players will not be allowed to play on both circuits. The tour statement that came out today said, as communicated to our entire membership on May 10, PGA Tour members have not been authorized to participate in the Saudi Golf League's London event under PGA Tour tournament regulations. Members who violate the tournament regulations are subject to disciplinary action. Could you imagine a PGA Tour without Dustin Johnson?
I mean, he just won the Masters.
You could probably imagine it without Martin Keimer.
Yeah, it's not going to bother me a whole
Sergio,
lot.
who went nuts a couple of tournaments ago when he ended up in the tall grass. I think that was at the PGA Championship. He got all ticked off. Said, I can't wait to get out of here. Well, guess what? You might be getting out here. Rory.
You see his statement today?
Rory says, I don't think the field is anything to jump up and down about. Look at the field this week. Look at the field next week in Canada. They are proper golf tournaments.
Do you remember Dustin Johnson back in February? I believe this was shortly after everything happened. Hit the fan with Phil Mickelson. He released a statement at that moment in time. So over the past several months, a lot of speculation, blah, blah, blah. I am fully committed to the PGA Tour. I'm grateful for the opportunity to play on the best tour in the world and for all it has provided me and my family. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
And now, not long after that, he is actually going to go play for LIV or LIV or whatever the hell it's called.
I actually figured out the name behind that.
What is it?
It's the Roman numeral 54, which stands the lowest score you could shoot if you were to birdie every hole on a par 72 course.
Is that why they call it? That's not why they call it that.
That's why they call it
That's
that.
actually kind of cool. I'll give them that. That's okay. That's pretty cool.
That's
what? What?
That's dumb.
What would you call it?
Well, I thought you were calling it. I thought you were going to call it.
So it's LIV then.
I thought it was a corporate sponsorship.
It's the name of the company that was launched in October with the idea of supporting golf throughout the world.
It's
Norman
both.
is the CEO of the company, which has committed a bunch of money.
There you go.
Why don't they just call it Goofy Golf?
Screwballs of the day. Well, it is.
Of the day.
Yeah, it is. It's only 54 holes. Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, by the way. Screwball of the day.
And if you're watching along right now on 1620thezone.com, Josh has a giant bottle of Screwball next to him.
Hell yeah, I do.
Which is perfect next to that Screwball hat he's wearing
Oh, you cannot award the Screwball of the day to my hat. Guess we'll see what happens on a Thursday tomorrow.
On a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your Screwballs of the day, the PGA Tour deflectors. Think about it, though. We've had a lot of rival leagues come up. Obviously, the NFL's dealt with rival leagues.
Mm-hmm.
NBA had the ABA back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
This is something new and unique for golf to have a rival league come along and to take a hard line because
it's weird.
Unlike the NFL and the USFL, you weren't going to have the Rams participate in both leagues. Golf, you could do that. You could say, hey, you know what? I want to play in this tournament this week and this tournament the next week.
People play. I mean, yeah, definitely soccer.
Soccer's always crossing over.
Golfers play in the European Tour and they play in the PGA Tour.
Sure.
They just hate this thing, man. They hate the LIV.
NASCAR, racing, just motorsports in general, they do it too.
Do they?
They do.
Right, you want to go back to NASCAR where the engines are always working. Am I right?
They'll do
John?
NASCAR, then they'll do touring, then they'll do Indy. Yeah.
But yeah, this is something new and unique to golf. You wonder if are the entrants going to back down, or is the PGA Tour going to back down?
Or will they sing a song? No, I won't back down.
Dustin Johnson's like the biggest name in that group
by far.
To lose
he's
him,
a two-time major winner. He won the Masters in 2020.
Now, this does not the only major that would bar him from would be the PGA. Correct?
Say that again.
Let's say Dustin Johnson goes through with it and says, you know what? Screw you,
You
Sith
are
Lord
correct.
Jay Monahan.
Yeah.
The U.S. Open is a USGA event. The Masters is its own separate event.
Open Championship is over there.
And the British Open is the British Open.
Yeah, PGA. Yeah, you're right. And that's already gone by this year.
So, he wouldn't get to play in the John Deere Classic.
Oh.
Instead, he'll play in the Live Classic.
LIV.
Nice. That's from
Next.
SI, by the way. I didn't just pull that out of.
Oh no, I figured you looked it up. I trusted you.
Next, it's Mike Schaefer.
Awesome.
As a big recruiting weekend commences this week. And we'll get all the deets from Mr. Schaefer next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a crash on Harrison Street at 74th causing delays through there. If you're west on Dodge, you can see stop-and-go traffic between 480 and 30th Street. Stop-and-go traffic on the northbound JFK between Childs and Chandler. Same goes on the southbound JFK from Q Street to Childs. And if you're west on Maple, a few delays between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Burton AC Plumbing, Heating, and More.
Hi, I'm Mark Evans, owner of Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More. Right now, we'll open your drain line for only $93 or it's free. Call for details or request service at justcallburton.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Howdy, folks. Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. And time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Hey, grab your gear and take 'em fishing. What do you say? Take a newcomer out fishing. Share a pic with us at Game and Parks Online, and then become eligible to win some very cool prizes. Everything from a state park cabin stay to a nice kayak. It's our Take 'em Fishing Challenge. See more about that on the Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.org. That's outdoornebraska.org. And we have some angler reminders to pass along as well, that any of you going fishing 16 years of age or older must have a current Nebraska fishing permit signed and on your person. And you need to learn the limits for the fish you're after, where you're fishing, daily bag, possession, and length. It's all part of knowing before going. I wish you the best out there fishing. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
What could you do with $100,000? If you're a small business owner, you can put your business on the fast track to growth with a rapid track loan from Core Bank. Need to replace equipment? Want a bigger space or to bring on more staff? Get the funds you need to make your plans come to life fast. There's a reason they call it Rapid Track. Go to rapidtrackloan.com and apply today. At Core Bank, we make lending convenient for businesses. Loan subject to credit approval, not a commitment to lend. Additional terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Greeting, Earthlings. We have now taken over your radio.
Mike Schaefer.
See, I would argue, because I like to argue.
We all underestimated how hard it is to, one, win college football games, and two, transition and take over a program.
Mike Schaefer.
I was trying to kindly tell Mr. Bishop the Vikings have a chance to surprise some people, and I think that they could even win the division.
Mike Schaefer.
It doesn't seem like the kind of book where they would be hooked on meth. That got dark.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, Mike Schaefer and Mrs. Mike Schaefer, they kind of got their inner Yellowstone game right. You know, they went out and traveled the Rocky Mountain territory.
They gallivanted.
Hopefully didn't visit the train station. But I saw you tweet out a lot of different beers. And you looked like you tried a lot of different beers last week, Schaefer.
Yeah, we hit 17 breweries on the trip, which turns out that it was probably a little too much for my wife. I don't think that I don't know that she has vacation mode that I do, where I can go from not drinking much for like a month to just turning around and being able to handle like 5 different breweries in a few hours. So, it's one of the gifts that I have. I don't have many. I don't flaunt many of them, but one of them seems to be the ability to just turn on, okay, we're drinking now. And I have that mode. So
What was
it was helpful.
What was your favorite out of all the stops?
Honestly, the best beer I think I had was and it could just be like because it was the very first beer of vacation kind of thing. But we stopped at a brewery called Bad Joker Brewing in Rock Springs, Wyoming. And the very first beer that I had was a blonde ale. And it was really good. If I could remember the name of it, I would include that too. I like that quite a bit.
What was the name of the brewery again? I'll look it up.
Bad Joker Brewing in Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Okay.
So, from there, we just hit a bunch of different places. I mean, one of the best days in Boise, we basically just walked this Greenbelt trail thing they have in the middle of their town that follows a river. It's like 20 miles of trail. And we just followed this trail, and then you hop off the trail and you go a block or two, and there's a brewery. And then you get back on the trail and you keep walking, and you hop back off, and there's another brewery. And we hit 4 or 5 of them that night or that day. And so it was good overall. I got to have a bunch of different beer. It wasn't all drinking. We saw plenty of the sights to be seen in Idaho and Montana, 2 incredibly gorgeous states. I had no idea. I mean, I knew Montana was going to be pretty. I had no idea that Idaho would match it step for step, and in some ways maybe even exceeds it. And I still haven't even been up to like Coeur d'Alene, which everybody just raves about. So I definitely came away like blown away by the state of Idaho. Very, very impressive.
Now,
just gorgeous place.
I just went to the Bad Joker website. Now they took a couple of screenshots of some of the beers they had, but listen to some of these names. Snail Trail.
That's the one I had.
Okay, that's the one you had, but listen to some of these other names. Pound Town IPA.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Peter Gilt. Filthy Sanchez. Cowgirl in Reverse.
Whoa.
Fist Hammer.
Whoa.
Breakfast Head. Muddy Cap. These are actual beers on their menu.
Well, we need to go there. Can we do a remote?
Oh, wow.
And it was good. It was good, though, Shafe?
It was great. It was fantastic. I would recommend if you're driving on I-80 and you get all the way out past Laramie and you get out past Rawlins, Wyoming. And
sounds like Western Nebraska.
You're angling towards that Utah border out there in Western Nebraska. Highly recommend hitting Bad Joker Brewing at Rock Springs.
Jack Mitchell wants to know how your lawn and plants look.
We came back, and one of the things I noticed that everything was a lot more green when we returned. Seems like you got a lot of rain here.
We did. A couple inches.
The gardening and mowing service that I hired did a fantastic job, and I would be honored to be a reference for this individual should they try to, really form a business out of this. Would be more than happy to refer them. And when I was mowing earlier today, I wondered, why don't I just hire this person to do it for me?
Yeah.
I feel like it's too early at 34 to want to just be done mowing the lawn entirely, but it used to be something I kind of like to do listening to a baseball game, and now I just hate it.
Because you have to listen to the baseball game?
Well, no, I like the baseball game, Josh.
Okay.
I like baseball.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Even though I don't like my baseball team, but I like baseball.
Hey, speaking of baseball, did you realize how much older Happer seems than you? I thought that you were the oldest man of my friends that are all around my age, but Happer, I think he has you beat by a good decade or so.
I don't know that this is possible because when I did daily radio with Happer, I felt like I was 15 years his senior. So
no way.
Dude,
he was mad at a baseball game today for being on YouTube.
Well, yeah, that's just a Royals fan thing, I think, at this point.
Oh, no, it's an
They
old
don't
man thing.
understand that baseball will occasionally take a game or two from the 160 some that they'll have broadcast
Correct.
on the network there, and they might put them in some other places where maybe some people who don't normally watch Bobby Witt would have the opportunity to do so. But no, I've never felt like Happer was that old of a man. But apparently it's different with you. Maybe you just try too hard to be young. Josh.
No, definitely not. He complains about things not being on cable. Like that's not me being a young, it's just him being an old.
He does love cable.
Yeah.
I think his favorite pastime is when he gets home and he turns on the television and then he just goes through all the channels one by one by one by one.
He sounds like Jack Mitchell. He's like a young Jack Mitchell.
Well, look, they're both radio people who cut their teeth in Lincoln.
Fair.
Good point.
Very good point.
Well, this weekend marks a huge recruiting weekend for Nebraska. Can you make the argument that the two most important visitors this weekend are Malachi Coleman and Maverick Noonan?
You could make that argument. You could certainly make that argument if you were inclined to do so. Now, the people who pay strict adherence to the recruiting rankings would tell you that O'Marion Miller and Joshua Manning are highly rated wide receivers that are higher rated than Malachi Coleman on the 24/7 Sports composite. And then, you've got Maverick Noonan, who I think we have a little bit undervalued at 24/7 Sports. He comes in a little bit lower on those rankings. But if you were just to look at this from a health of the program standpoint, from a health of where the youth are in terms of Nebraska football, I think it's pretty important that they keep Maverick Noonan, whose dad obviously played in Lincoln. And he's got a pretty important visit to Iowa and to Stanford towards the end of June that could dictate some things as well. So keep an eye on that. And then, of course, Malachi Coleman, the top player in the state, they've lost the last two in Avante Dickerson and then Caden Helms. You don't know that you want to go 3 for 3. And I think they have a great shot at both of these guys. I have crystal ball predictions in for both of them. I don't expect a commitment from either this weekend, but I like where the recruitment has gone for Nebraska with those two guys. But yeah, they're valuable. I don't know that I would personally rank them 1, 2. I would put Malachi maybe 1, but I don't know that I would bump Maverick ahead of some of those other wide receivers, if only because it really feels like Mickey Joseph is bringing in some top guys.
Yeah, and I guess it's the angle of why they might be the two most important is just what they represent. The in-state talent, Nebraska's in-state talent has been a lot better in the last few classes. Nebraska hasn't necessarily locked down the borders of its state, and that's kind of why it's kind of in the spirit of which I asked the question. Certainly, yeah, arguably you could say there's at least a couple of players that would be ranked higher, but just from the optics and how important it was for this program to lock down the state, I almost wonder if it's more important to really focus on those guys this week because it might represent something greater down the road.
Well, I don't know that they're going to necessarily focus more on them, but
right.
Really you get one shot with this official visit. And if they've been doing their due diligence and if they've been really locking in on this recruitment, I think one of the things that Nebraska can do that can separate itself with recruiting in those two guys is them a lot better than anybody else does. I mean, find something that stands out that that maybe other people don't, and highlight that in your visit. I mean, I know one of the things that Nebraska, if they don't do, and I'm sure they will, but if they don't, it'd be foolish. Malachi Coleman loves Mickey Joseph. I mean, obviously he's got Joshua Manning and O'Mary. Yeah, I can't even say it. They have Joshua Manning and a receiver named Miller there as well.
O'Marion, yeah.
O'Marion. You try to say it fast and it just all runs together. And so he's got to pay attention to them. But whether Malachi Coleman is a wide receiver or an outside linebacker, a defensive end, a tight end, a punter, whatever he's going to be for Nebraska, he has made it clear he really enjoys his time with Mickey Joseph. So find a way that those guys can spend time together, whether it's going over film, whether it's just sitting there talking, whatever it is. Get Malachi Coleman around Mickey Joseph, and that's going to enhance your chances. You know why? Because the other teams don't have Mickey Joseph, and he's made that apparent in interviews and other conversations that his strongest relationship at Nebraska has grown to be Mickey Joseph. So highlight that, use that. With Maverick Noonan, there's got to be something you can do with his dad that they can't do at any other program because he didn't play somewhere else. So I just think you have to highlight what makes you unique. And then when you have guys like this that have been to your campus multiple times, you need to be unique in your recruitment of them. And I expect Nebraska will be.
Shafe, I wonder what you think the timeline looks for them, and just in-state players in general. You just said you don't think that they're going to, commit this weekend, but could this be something that maybe is a bit more of a slow play where, the season has to unfold a specific way if Nebraska is ultimately going to land them, even just beyond will Scott Frost and company be back for another season?
I don't think so. I think both of these guys will be committed before their senior year. I know Malachi Coleman's timeline has been all over the place, but I think they're both going to want to have it done before their senior year. And they've lined up enough visits in the month of June that it sort of tells me that they're looking to make that decision too. I don't know that, if you're interested in Oklahoma in the way that Malachi Coleman is, and he's in line to potentially visit next weekend, but you're going to wait until February next year, why wouldn't you do that visit next fall and then you go down there for the game? So I just think that he's likely to finish this off. And so I think it's important that they have a strong out of the gate experience with those two guys, because they're going to take some other visits this month. And then I kind of look for both to be potentially July decisions.
I don't know, Shafe, if we've discussed this portion of it, but the fact that we've got so many visits, official visits in the month of June. I saw a story today where even Dabo Sweeney, who's been kind of hard fast and not taking official visits in June, not accepting official visits in June, he's had to kind of change course. We know how much Nebraska really wants to emphasize the game day experience. You obviously don't get that in June. Why is it this change in kind of recruits and their timelines wanting to push things up a little bit? Is this a post-COVID thing? And do you think it's a permanent change, or is it trending in this direction? Why all of a sudden does it seem like players want to make their decisions earlier than we've seen historically?
Well, I think they've always been making, not always, but in the last decade or so, they've been pushing up timelines in terms of making decisions. I mean, just go back to, pick a class of the Bo Pelini era. And in 2013, guys were making decisions at Big Red Weekend in June. I mean, the difference was it was an unofficial visit, not an official visit. Well, now the schools can pay for it. So why wouldn't you have them do it earlier if you were already trying to get that kid to commit earlier? I think what has happened, in part because of COVID, people have forgotten how valuable the June fall or junior year fall is for high school recruits. I mean, so when you're a junior, that's generally, by that point, you've already gone through the evaluation process. If you're a high-level kid, you've likely been to camps, you're a known quantity. And that's when teams start inviting you to games. And that's when, Malachi Coleman made visits last year to Michigan and Michigan State. He went down to Kansas State, I'm pretty sure, and he went over to Wisconsin and Iowa. I mean, so he took advantage of that, and he saw game days, and he did all of that. So he doesn't necessarily need a game day experience unless he's deciding later in the calendar. So I think because the COVID situation happened, we kind of forgot how valuable it is to get those juniors in. We always focus on the official visits and the seniors and all of that, but the juniors, the unofficial visitors, that's where Nebraska's bread and butter is getting kids in early, getting them to see campus, getting them to experience things as a junior. And then you try to get those commitments in the back half of their junior year, in that spring, or, during your junior days, or during the spring game, or now here in the summer. So I think the calendar has largely stayed the same. The difference is now official visits can start happening in April, and we only had 1 year of that before COVID took it away. And then you've seen, teams really want to line it up. They want to be done with 80% of their recruiting by the time the season starts. Why? Because they have to win games. They got to stick around, and if the recruiting class is going to matter, they still need to be coaching. And as we've seen at places that aren't necessarily Nebraska, the timeline of coaching changes has really elevated. So you don't have a whole lot of years to put it together. You gotta be focused in season, and so you really want to have that recruiting down. So maybe it's just juniors coming out where it's not as time involved on the Sunday, and you can work ahead to the next week.
Shafe, speaking of winning games, one of the topics that we hit on a lot last week while you were gone was the number of transfer portal guys that need to be hits for Nebraska. John and I spent some time on Friday ranking the top 5 that we think need to hit. I'm curious, though, as to your number, and I guess if you want to go with the latter too, feel free, but 15 transfer portal players. How many of those guys need to be, and I guess when I say hit, I'm not talking all conference. I'm saying a starter that can provide something tangible for the football team. What is that number? Because a lot of people last week were saying 2/3. They were saying 10 dudes.
I think it's probably half.
7 or 8?
I mean, I kind of look at it 7 or 8 right in there. Is it really 15? Is that where they're at now?
Is it 15? That's not even counting the JUCO players too.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, you're not counting junior college guys there with that either. So, okay. So, I mean, I think you kind of want half of those to be hits for you, and some of them have to be hits.
Yes.
Like, you need Brian Buschini to be your punter.
Yes.
Because frankly, I don't know that they have anybody else. And we saw last year they have enough issues with special teams, just like you need Timmy Bleakroad to be your kicker. Like it's non-negotiable. You need those to be hits. Casey Thompson has to be a hit. If he's not, then Chubba Purdy has to be a hit. If he's not, then this whole exercise is meaningless.
Yeah.
So there's at least 3 right there. You got to have one of your wide receivers be a hit. Because you don't have that many to start with, and you don't have much returning production as it is. So there's 3 of those guys at this point. So you got to have 1, if almost not 2. And then you need to have some of those defensive linemen and defensive backs be hits too. I mean, the only real spot where they don't have to be hits, and it's not going to be alarming, and this sounds insane given every conversation we've had since last year. If neither Hunter Anthony or Kevin Williams are hit, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
I'm with you.
I think they're more depth
Yeah.
than they are guys that are expected to come in and start day one.
It's like two. It seems like you named two defensive linemen, right? It's not just O'Shawn Mathis. It's one of the other two players as well.
Yeah, I mean, you want one of Wynn and Drew to be good depth for you, if not a starter. I mean, I look at Devin Drew as a starter for Nebraska. I mean, I think that it should be Ty Robinson and Devin Drew until Nash Hutmacher takes somebody's job right there. And so we'll see kind of how they fill out the rest of that front, but that's just kind of how I look at it. And then Stephen Wynn needs to be there. And then with the defensive backs, I mean, I don't have a lot of expectations for Kane Williams or Omar Brown at the moment, but I have a high expectation for Tommy Hill, who could be the starting corner opposite of Quentin Newsome. So I think that there's definitely potential for 7 or 8 guys to be key players on this roster.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much in lockstep because I'm trying to remember back to my 5, but I believe the order I had it in was Thompson first. I had Drew second in terms of importance because I think, being able to shore up the interior and shore up the run defense is going to be huge.
Yeah, I had Buschini.
And then I think Mathis was third, Trey Palmer was fourth, and then Buschini was fifth.
Yeah. I had both special teams guys. I had Palmer, I had Mathis, and I had Thompson. Not in that order.
I mean, but it sounds like we're all pretty much in lock. I mean, that's kind of where it is. I think we all kind of agree. Yeah, neither of the offensive linemen necessarily need to. I mean, you'd love for it to happen. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But,
and
in
that doesn't
terms
mean
of
the issue's still not
importance-
there. It's just,
right.
Yeah,
Well, in terms of importance, because so much of the wide receiver depth and so much of the defensive line depth are made up of transfers, those position groups have to be included. And then, of course, quarterback has to be included.
Yeah.
Yep. No, and I wish I had it in front of me. At some point last year, I was looking at what Michigan State had done with how many transfer portal players they brought in, and then how many of those guys were actually contributors. And it's a lower percentage than you would think, but because Kenneth Walker was so good, because, Crouch, the linebacker, was so good, because the left tackle immediately was a starter for him, the ones that they had that were really good. And I want to say that they brought in 13 or 14 straight from the transfer portal. And I want to say about 5 of them were key, starters in that Michigan State team that went from bad to pretty salty pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they had literal award winners, I don't think any of us are expecting that with Nebraska's players, but maybe if one of them could sneak onto an all-conference, first or second team, you feel pretty good.
I think you got to hope that at least a couple of those guys are all conference players if we're talking about Nebraska having a winning season. And seriously, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine if you don't have at least a couple of those transfer guys popping up as a third team Big Ten. Like Nebraska had a pretty rough year, I think.
Yeah.
Some of the other beer names, by the way, at the Bad Joker, Rug Burns, Butterface, Blue Balls.
Wow. Wyoming.
And they had a pumpkin spice beer called Ejaculantern. I'm not kidding. I tweeted out the screenshots. They are on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. And this was the first place you visited, Shafe.
This bar doesn't sound very
and I had
kid-friendly.
a snail trail, a very, unremarkably named compared to the rest.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, but some of these sound really good, by the way. Really good. So definitely when I'm out there, is that in what part of Wyoming was it?
About as far west as you can go.
So basically in like
Rock Springs
in Idaho or whatever. What is?
Yeah, I mean it's before you get to a Little America, which is a big thing in Wyoming. If anyone's ever been out there, it's this weird little town that has billboards all over I-80 and hotels all over I-80. But yeah, I mean it's not quite the Utah border. You're probably about an hour and a half from it, but it's right out there.
Yeah, it's further west than Colorado. Just slightly, if you're going. There you go.
There you go.
Breweries.
Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to follow up on all of the coverage of this big weekend on Husker 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're up and running, so find us there.
Awesome.
Darn right they are.
Mm-hmm.
You can find them very easily. You literally just type in Husker247.com. Boom. Takes you right to Schaefer and Friends.
Schaefer and
Which
Friends.
was the other working name of the website, was Schaefer and
You
Friends.
should change the name of the podcast to that. Schaefer and Friends.
But then Brunt said, we're not friends.
Oh,
so that's why they went to Husker.
Schaefer and enemies.
I mean, I could see that.
Yeah.
All right, Schaefer. Thanks. Welcome back. Good luck with your new lawn care service, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, I don't know that I can afford to pay the rate every week, but maybe here in a few weeks when I will once again not be available on a Wednesday, we can make that happen.
The only thing I'd be worried about is, you're always worried about Little League parents, Little League lawn mowing care service parents. Those can be the worst. Yeah. You gotta watch for that.
Indeed you do.
Take care.
Good to know.
All right. Bye, Shafe.
See you guys.
Mike Schaefer,
Bye,
ladies and
Shafe.
gentlemen of Husker 24/7.
We were talking earlier about the PGA and LIV golf and Dustin Johnson. A couple of items to clean up real fast. Mustache Adams says PGA Championship is not run by the PGA Tour. The PGA of America, the Masters, the R&A, which runs the British Open, and USGA could all theoretically ban players on their own accord in solidarity with the tour.
So actually,
he could play in any of the tournaments.
Yeah, if the PGA of America,
if they decide not to ban him.
Right.
Which they could. And by the way, a text message coming in, Nick from the 402 says, I knew that clown running the PGA was in over his head when he only suspended Gilmore. This is Shooter's Tour. Signed, S. McGavin. Very cool. A celebrity texting in to 402-951-1620.
but they weren't actually the PGA. What was the tour that they called it in Happy Gilmore?
I thought it wasn't the PGA Tour?
No, they couldn't. They didn't. I don't think it was called the PGA Tour. I think it was called something
Probably
else.
the Golfers Tour?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, so you just stepped all over the joke just because you're like, well, actually, it wasn't the PGA Tour.
Well, that's because I'm sure
I can't believe you just did that.
Golf nerds probably didn't appreciate that movie. Oh, it's making our sport look silly.
Isn't that literally your reason for not liking Days of Thunder?
It's that I don't like Days of Thunder because it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
Happy Gilmore was a good movie.
It's a classic movie. Yeah, I think it was the Professional Golfers Tour.
Just the Pro Golf Tour.
Pro Golf Tour. Awesome.
Also love Happy Gilmore.
Great movie.
One of my favorites.
It's a fantastic movie.
Many are saying.
Probably the most real, next to Caddyshack, most realistic depiction of golf on film.
Are you too good for your home?
Answer me. Great movie.
Zone Deal this week is for Frank's Pizzeria, Omaha's home for true New York pizza, calzones, strombolis, and more. They're family owned and operated for over 15 years and now have 2 locations. And right now you can get, not right now, but starting Friday, you can get $40 in gift certificates for only $20. That's a half-off deal, my friends. They go on sale this Friday at 1620thezone.com.
The Connor Happer Show.
I vow to never lose my wallet.
Now, why are you so sure
that
you will not?
I'm not going to lose my wallet. I'm walking down the street. I'm checking if I have my wallet like at all times. I'm not going to lose my wallet.
Now, lost is not stolen. Like, you're susceptible to having your wallet stolen.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
I'm not.
You were also saying that.
It will also never be stolen.
Okay.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Really quite pleasant into this evening with partial sun and light north winds and temperatures in the lower 70s. Mostly clear, cooling off tonight. Low temperatures drop all the way back to the upper 40s for low and spectacular weather coming Thursday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Got a couple spots to avoid on the drive home. It looks like some stop-and-go traffic on the northbound Blair High Road between 90th and 680. Stop-and-go traffic if you're west on Dodge between 480 and 30th. And then if you're headed north on the JFK, stop-and-go traffic from Childs to Chandler. If you're south on the JFK, delays between Q and Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Someone just won a beautiful new blue truck playing Trucks and Bucks 2022. So there are only 5 trucks left. Better slide into a Nebraska Lottery retailer, buy a ticket, and play today. Top prize odds, 1 in 336,000.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanaha's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
1620 The Zone. Live and local, broadcasting 6A to 6P in the Host Coffee Zone studio. Host Coffee, building healthy and happy break room refreshment services to Omaha and Lincoln metro area businesses. Discover a better break room solution for your office at sales@hostcoffee.net.
Want to know something about vaping? Then go to 42 Degrees and let our knowledgeable and friendly staff explain how vaping can help you quit cigarettes. With some of the best brands out there, 5-Star, Choice, Levels, and Aqua, to name a few, and all the flavors you would want, the largest selection of salt juice, why waste time elsewhere? When everything you need to vape is at 42 Degrees. For hours and locations, go to 42degrees.com for all of your vaping needs. Buy your mom's house.
There are actually 2 kinds of cigars. The first is the one you smoke with beloved family and friends. The second, the one you enjoy with friends you've just met. And you'll find both at Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge. At Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, there's a well-stocked humidor with some of the best bands from around the world, and a bar with your favorite cocktails and other drinkables. So what do you say? Which cigar will you be enjoying tonight? Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, just off I-680 and 48th Street next to Cubby's.
When the Storm Chasers win, you win. Join us for Winning Wednesdays presented by Nebraska Spine Hospital. With every Storm Chasers win at Werner Park on Wednesdays, fans in attendance at the end of the game get a free ticket to the next Wednesday home game. Join the fun at OmahaStormChasers.com.
You want 8 of the flutes and onyx.
Shira's hand-blown glassware blows right off her store's shelves.
Check the back for more indigo bowls.
She needs an inventory manager to help keep her stock on lock.
These are 100% borosilicate. Those aren't. Hey, can someone check the temp on the kiln?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. You won't ever find out how good it is until you play with it.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
By the way, we got a no-hitter going on right now. So
not anymore.
Means it's going to end because all you morons, now they just jinxed it. Well, literally, the score bug, which used to read "hooah," but now reads
Iowa,
because Houston leads 1-0 over the A's.
Plural.
The score bug itself has the red no-hitter alert.
Is Verlander the one throwing it?
Well, yeah, that's why it's above the.
I don't know. I'm just asking, John.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a jerk about it.
Well, that's why it's up there.
Someone's not gonna
And
get
this is an
paid.
Oakland A's broadcast, so they're trying to jinx it.
Ha! That's well done by them.
But of course, there's no such thing as jinxes unless you're weak-minded and believe in such silly things.
It's just fun, John, to make fun of
Fun.
you. That's all it is.
It's more fun to make fun of you.
Nah, nobody believes in that.
No, that's true. We've kind of hit all of them. Haven't we? Kind of done everything that we could. We mentioned the SEC meetings going on. They have not come up to a decision yet on what to do with their number of games. You know, for the longest time, one of the biggest complaints of the SEC was, well, you only play 8 games and you schedule all these FCS schools. Well, a couple of things on that front, because it sounds like the big name schools want to go to 9 conference games, where the so-called lesser SEC schools need to be talked into it. Well, according to Ross Dellinger of SI.com, if the SEC went to a 9-game schedule, Greg Byrne, who is the athletic director at Alabama, said he would be surprised if the league kept its policy requiring teams to schedule at least one non-conference Power 5 opponent. So could you imagine the SEC finally goes to 9, but then they drop the requirement that says, oh, yeah, and you need to play at least one Power 5 in the non-conference. I bet that would trigger some folks.
Yeah, I know that you're probably looking at it from the angle of other conferences, right?
Sure.
I was thinking the fans. Imagine being a season ticket holder. Now, their argument would, of course, be, whoa.
But you're getting an extra SEC game. Isn't that what you want?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool, but it's also cool when you play somebody in the non-conference.
Well, and for a conference that, quite frankly, is afraid to leave its own territory.
Yeah, you know, this year, let me confirm this real fast, but the Florida Gators, your Florida Gators, okay, it's not this season. I believe it's next. They are leaving like that region of the country for a non-conference game for the first time in decades because they're going to go to Utah. I remember a few years ago, they went and played a non-conference game in Texas. It was their first non-conference game outside the state since like the early 90s.
Could you imagine if any other sport were like this?
No, I mean, it's impossible to imagine that. It doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, even basketball teams, you know, we just talked yesterday about Creighton's schedule. They're going everywhere. You know, basketball teams love to travel. You know, of course, those early season tournaments and play them in the Bahamas or in Hawaii or in somewhere in the South where it's nice and warm. They love traveling. Gonzaga.
Folks, we love it, don't we?
Gonzaga will never be put this on the list. Gonzaga will never join the SEC.
I would agree with that take, John. That's all
because they love to travel.
Well, you're the keeper of the list. You put it on the list.
You put it on the list.
You haven't updated the list.
No, I haven't.
This is disgusting.
There's a lot of things going on.
How do I know how to get the eggs if we don't have any things on the list to throw the eggs at?
Stop looking at names of weird beers and just start putting things on the list.
Nah, I like the weird beer names, actually. Jimbo Fisher was also quoted about the 8 or 9 conference games.
And?
His quote, I don't mind playing 8 or 9 conference games. I do believe this. We need, my emphasis, to play an FCS game. I came from that league. Bobby Bowden came from that league. Here he goes, dropping Bobby Bowden's name again.
You know, I know Bobby Bowden.
Bobby Bowden jumped off a tall building. I jump off a tall building, too.
He can't anymore. He's dead.
It's how those schools make budget. So Jimbo Fisher looking out for the little guy by saying, we need to play those guys so they can make their budgets.
It's nice, right, to think of somebody else and their bottom line. I appreciate that. Nobody else does this except for Jimbo. Nick Saban wouldn't do that. It's amazing. That's why they.
That's why
you winked into the camera early. I'll do it now.
Yeah, that's why they want to play the FCS game.
So
you know, Jimbo, you also came from the high school level. Do you want to schedule a high school team?
Hey, they need the money.
Well, you know, I came from JV football. We need to schedule a JV game.
I came from Pee Wee football.
Well, next year, we're going to schedule a Pop Warner team so they don't have to do their brownie sale. So they can get new uniforms.
That's nice of Jimbo. He's a good guy. He's your guy. This is your coach. He is your coach. Your coach.
Well, just like you soured on old Dabo.
Have you soured on old Jimbo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Times change.
You're getting used up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up next, he's got a new job.
Oh, man.
He's got a new job.
Wow.
And I mean, someone's got to, watch the store. That's what he's going to do.
Yep.
Stephen M. Sipple. A rare Wednesday visit. Next, ahead of Dumb Debates. Very conveniently timed. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Speaking of Sipple, one of the things that he often has in tow with him when he joins us here in our lovely studios, of course, his readers. I imagine many of you out there, you have readers as well. That is one of those frustrating parts, of course, about getting a little bit older. You might have lived your entire life without needing glasses, without needing contacts, but with old age comes the need for readers. They have a procedure for you at Kugler Vision so you could ditch those as well and make those lovely nights when you settle into your chair, your comfy chair, and you read a book like an adult. It can make those nights so much more enjoyable. Go to their website today, kuglervision.com, or you can give them a call at 402-558-2211. Schedule a consultation. If you need readers, they have a procedure for that. Find out about the other 6 procedures that they offer as well, whether it is LASIK or something else. You can ditch those glasses, ditch those contacts for good, and enjoy that crisp, clear vision. 402-558-2211 or kuglervision.com.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
When cancer hits home, when you need answers and hope, turn to Nebraska Medicine, where cancer care is world-leading and personal. In one visit, you'll meet with the team specializing in your cancer, discover treatments based on your DNA, and the support that makes a difference, like a nurse case manager and multiple locations, so you can always be close to home. For cancer, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/cancer.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
That's the sound of one of my favorite customers ever. His name's Jeremy. His dad Frank called me when it was time to replace their drafty old windows and to take advantage of our limited time sale. As a dedicated Pella advisor, I make getting new windows and doors simple. And when it comes to installation, nobody does it like Pella. Our local team can typically install in just a day.
Get more with Pella. Let us personalize an offer just for you. Visit PellaOmaha.com/radio for more details.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
For Father's Day, there's just 2 things I want. I want to relax, and I want a good steak. Or a burger. I'm good with both. John Bishop here for Omaha Steaks. Omaha Steaks and Father's Day, they go together pretty well. And right now, for just $99, you can treat your dad to some fillets, some franks, some chicken breasts, apple tartlets. Heck, if you use my promo code Bishop, we'll throw in 8 more Omaha Steak burgers. There's my burgers. That's what I want for Father's Day. So if my kids are listening right now, use my promo code Bishop when you go to omahasteaks.com. Yeah, I know they're going to end up using my money anyway, but at least it's going to be $99 and I'm going to save a lot and I'm going to enjoy some delicious Omaha steaks. So use my promo code Bishop when you go to the search bar at omahasteaks.com and order the Dads Want Steaks package and then relax because it's Father's Day. Use my promo code Bishop in the search bar, omahasteaks.com. Happy Father's Day.
For thousands across the heartland, summer means one thing: hunger. Having extra mouths to feed, paired with the rising cost of food, puts an additional strain on already tight budgets. Families need your support now more than ever. Stop by the Food Bank for the Heartland's Stuff the Truck event on Saturday, June 11th at the Baker's Lakeside location off 173rd and Center from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Your donations of non-perishable items will fill tables with food and hearts with hope. Help the Food Bank strike out hunger this summer.
Your stomach's doing that I'm hungry thing, but you don't want a burger joint breakfast and you don't have time for a sit-down place. You want a quality breakfast to go brunch fast. Good thing there's Hurrybird. Hurrybird serves up your favorite breakfast and lunch foods fast. From breakfast burritos and avo toast to chicken sandies and grilled cheese to help get you to where you're going. Hurrybird. Next to Early Bird at 38th and Farnham in the Blackstone District. Open every day from 6:30 to 2:30.
The best part of your summer night is listening to Royals baseball on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
I think we can settle into mediocre radio for a little bit here.
I called in from Lincoln. I was driving in my car, covering the Huskers, riding for We talk every Monday at this time. I'm a friend of the program and they are mine. Hoiberger's bad, but Froston's fine. My name's Stipple and I'm alright.
I mean, I stress threesome.
So, Nick, when he answered the phone, did he pick up, "Hello, On3 customer service, please hold"?
He actually asked for my coffee order. I'm not sure what was going on.
Oh,
there.
very cool.
That's very cool. Well, I figure, a lot of subscriptions probably coming in today for the brand new service on3.com. And Steve Sipple, the first employee, you were the first one in the door. Did your your pass key work to get in? Did you have to make the coffee first thing this morning?
No, I got a key. I'll tell you what, going back to work I kind of enjoyed that whole thing where I just had one job. I'm starting to get used to that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got to work a full day today.
Nice. And you're a message board poster now. This is awesome.
Oh, you're a message board
This is so great.
All these years, the Red Sea Scrolls have been vilifying Sip, and now Sip has to monitor the scrolls.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that either. There's a lot this is day one.
Yep.
So I imagine I wouldn't want to tell the bosses this, so let's keep it between us.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to need a few months to adjust. I need probably a 2-month adjustment period. But I had some old guys, that have been in the business for a while, call me in the last few days and say, don't expect to you haven't changed jobs in 33 years. And don't expect it to happen to gain comfort anytime soon. So
awesome.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't feel comfortable. But it's day one, and I probably I'm not even done with day one yet.
So Sip, with obviously, on the internet, no word restrictions. Can you make us a promise that you'll give us like a 4,000 word column in the coming weeks?
No, in fact, no. You guys always get a lot out. Like I tell you my innermost thoughts.
Yeah, I love it.
Late in my career, in fact, I'm trying to tamp it down. Like get down to 700 words, 750 word columns, not be so long-winded. People's, how it is with attention spans.
What?
No, I'm going to tamp it down, actually.
Really? Well, that's because you're no longer, now you can just focus on like one thing, right? One sport. You don't
have to write about the garbage basketball team anymore. Congrats.
Yeah. Well, I think that's not true. I think in extreme situations, I will write about men's basketball and baseball. Extreme situations, like if they go to the NCAA tournament.
Well, that would be extreme.
Yeah, it would. But if there's a firing, if there's some, if there's controversy. No, I'm gonna. the way I guess the best way to put it to you guys and your listeners is my job's not going to be that much different, really. A little more probably video type stuff. More like I didn't do a lot of live chats, not in recent years at the Journal Star. So more things like that instead of being on Twitter. I'll be more message board oriented. So those are
man.
Oh
man.
Oh, it'll be all right. It's not. I've got a thick skin.
What's your Twitter? Or I'm sorry, your message board name? Do you have a message board name?
No, it's Steve Sipple. Yeah, I don't have
Chicken Sip for the soul.
Yeah, this would have been the spot.
No, I'll just go with this. I'll just go with my name. I think is a probably right play in my case, right?
Hey, Sip, speaking, you mentioned a couple seconds ago, extreme cases such as firings. It did remind me of something that you wrote in your first column for On3 earlier today. You said Frost probably needs to get his program to a bowl game at the very least in order to be afforded the chance to coach at his alma mater for another season. I'm thinking he better get to 8 wins to be on the safe side. I believe you might be the first person that I have seen locally throw out 8 wins as maybe truly a breathe easier type number.
Were you dropping the mystery metrics on us?
No, not at all. I'm not dropping mystery metrics. I am really surprised by, I've read it and heard it when people say 6 will do it. No, I don't. I'm not, and I'm not talking about just idle speculation. I just don't. I don't think Scott's going to operate that way. I don't think any of those coaches would operate that way. 6, you're safe? No way. I mean, come on. No. So no, I do not subscribe to that at all. 6 is safe. No way. 7.
That's doubling the wins. That's a bowl game.
Because John does think 6 is safe.
I think 6 can be safe.
Doubling the wins. What? I mean, yeah. If they won 2 last year, they would have and won 6. They would have. I mean, come on. What are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about something they haven't done yet, and that's get to a bowl game.
Well, yeah, I guess. But what if they lose the bowl game and go 6 and 7? That's not that would get.
Hey, I'm not saying it's great. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it. It just wouldn't surprise me if it were good enough, mainly because again, they made so many changes. And if you want to be fair to the changes that you made, you only give this group 1 year together. I mean, we remember what the uproar was like, and I granted the situations are a little different, but Frank Solich finally was able to make some changes after 2002.
They went
changed out 3 coaches, went 9-3. He still got the axe. Now, again, different situations. But one of the arguments of keeping him was, well, wait a minute. You didn't even get this group 1 full year to recruit.
Oh, I was arguing that. And I'm not saying I'd necessarily agree with this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how can I project how I'm going to feel without seeing the way it unfolds.
Right. That's important,
no way
too.
To do it. But I absolutely was in the camp that it was ridiculous not to give that group back then a chance. And I'm not suggesting I think that, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know what it's going to look like. There's a lot that can go into that conversation. I just think, I don't know, one way to put it is if I were the head coach, I'd be telling my assistants, hey guys, 8, we need probably 8 to be, on the safe side here. I don't say it as just idle conjecture. I mean,
but I think, Sip, there's a difference. Obviously, if you're Scott Frost, you're not going to get in the guys in the meeting and say, all right, guys, we get to 6, we're fine, because you don't want to set that expectation. But I'm looking at it more from, just kind of from the outside saying, I see a scenario, a more likely scenario that they can get to 6 and still be okay.
Yeah, you're awfully kind, and I am too. And I think you could be accused of being a little too kind in this scenario, as could I. I mean, yeah.
And you may be right.
Listen, it's year 5. There is a part of me that throw all the changes parts out. It's year 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's personally to me, that's how I would look at it. But again,
you're projecting how Trev will look at it.
Sure.
That's what that's what
because I think there's other things at play too. Like, there's a lot of money.
People.
There's a lot of powerful people with money attached to this decision.
Yeah, we'll see. I think, like I would reiterate, I think 8 is the safe number.
Sip, I was going to ask you a question about Casey Thompson, like how comfortable you would be in like today betting that he'll be the starter. But we got a question from a listener on the YouTube page, BTD, that I thought asked a really interesting, one off of that. He says, do you think that there's too much emphasis put on having a starting QB named early in fall camp? I hope that if a quote unquote do your job culture is being established, Casey or Chuba could truly compete. That's been a conversation that's popped up a little bit lately. Just like, hey, if it was really going to be Casey, could they have named him the starter after the spring so he would have the full summer of being able to lead the team? I guess what do you think about that notion of is there too much of an emphasis right now on having a starter named early on in fall camp in early August?
I think I've been on your shows many times over the years. I think I've been consistent in saying I do not like handing jobs to people. Haven't I?
Yes.
I hope so.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I love the question that appeared on YouTube. And I don't think if I were Casey Thompson, I'd be walking around this summer saying, this is my job. I think he needs to come in August and take the job. I mean, really take it. Hammer it home. Have a good first 2 weeks of August. I mean, there's a practical part of the conversation, and that is if Casey Thompson comes out and has 4 straight bad practices in the month of August, early August, first week of August, what if he whips off 4 straight bad practices? You think it's his job at that point? Or are they going to say, wait a second here, we need to look at this? So he's got to keep competing. Yes, he's a prohibitive favorite. Mm-hmm. I think he's a prohibitive favorite. But I'm just saying favorite. I've known Scott for a long time. I don't think his style to hand things to anybody. So yeah, I think Casey Thompson better come in August ready to roll and probably be ready to roll all summer. I mean, I think he has to have a good summer. Let's put it this way. What if Casey Thompson in the month of June was absent from meetings repeatedly or wasn't showing up to their throwing session or just wasn't throwing the ball well? You got a couple guys that are very willing to take over that job. It'd be either Chuba Purdy or Logan Smothers. With Chuba Purdy is ahead. He's ahead. Chuba is ahead in that race right now. I'd say, I don't mind saying that, but those are 2 willing quarterbacks that would love to take that job from him. So yeah, it's got to keep happening. Casey Thompson's got to keep working hard. It's not like he's not coming in here. He was 4-6 at Texas. I mean, he's got a lot to prove.
Should we imply from this that maybe we should be a little more concerned about Thompson's recovery from that thumb injury, the off-season surgery?
I'm not saying that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
Right, but I remember right after spring ball got done, there was a picture of him. He had a giant club on his hand, and obviously it was an injury that bothered him last year. You do wonder if that's something that, if there is a concern that might linger into the fall.
Yeah, I've heard that photo was a precautionary thing.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, I have not heard anything recently that suggests that the thumb is anything that would hold him back.
All right, Sip. Well, obviously you need to get back to the phones. You've put a lot of people on hold here. You got to
take the message boards.
You got to get back to the message boards.
Yeah, I got a new job.
What's the first thing that's going to get people banned from the scrolls from message board? What's the word they call it? The editor, the moderator.
Yeah.
What's the first rule to get banned if your moderator Sip?
Listen, you'd have to do a lot for me to ban you.
Oh.
Yeah, you'd have to do a lot.
Okay.
So we can start posting nude photos again? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, within reason, John.
Tasteful nudes, John.
Hey, real quick, Sip, before we let you go. So we brought back last week the Chattel or Sipple game.
We did.
Yeah. Do you have, Nick, do you have the clips? Do you have that one in particular? You had an interesting take from a few years ago that we did want to ask you about. I guess I can just read it to him, Nick, if you don't know which clip it is. I'm sorry. I'm springing this upon him.
That's okay.
Okay. You want to look for it, Nick? Yeah. Okay. Nick's going to look for it real quick, but we had a rollicking time. I think, Nick, it's the first one. I think that it's the first one. Do you not know what you named it?
Is it the one where I had to bleep it?
Yeah, yes, it's that one. Okay. So we're gonna play this for you, Sipple, because we just have a follow up on basically what in the world was going on.
All right.
A headline atop Tuesday's front page of the caught my eye. Nebraska edges closer to 2 million. We're talking about population, and I prefer it stays at 1.9. If I'm making excuses for the Nebraska football program during family functions, it sounds better to say the state has only 1.9 million people. Just saying. Plus, I like wide open spaces and quiet. Plenty of quiet. Get off my lawn. LOL.
All right, so what the hell? 1.9 million
What
versus
was
2?
going on in my mind?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know if that had to be an off-season column, right?
I can't remember if I can. Let me see if I can find the date real fast.
What was it?
You know who else was obsessed with the whole 1.9 million
February
thing?
5th, 2020.
You know who else was obsessed with the whole 1.9 million thing was old Stevie Peterson.
Oh, was he?
Him and his 1.9 million walk-ons. Remember that spiel?
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know the I'd have to relive that a little bit. I don't know what the context was, but that is hilarious. was that the producer? Was that Nick?
Nope, that was
that was the late Mr. Stibbs.
It was indeed.
Stibbs is out of his mind.
We had a great
I
time.
thought it sounded just like you said.
Oh, did you, John? Did you think that?
Oh yeah, easily.
No, because you're an old too, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, but I don't remember having a take about, man, I hope the population of Fremont doesn't clear 30,000. Then it won't feel the same.
That is a great game. I wish I wouldn't.
It was. I mean, I wish I would have played along with it. Unfortunately I could see the answers in front of me.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen if I could have guessed on a few
People
of them.
early on figured out whenever Bill Moose was brought up, it was you.
God, I miss Moose so much.
Oh.
I do. I really miss it.
Well, with that, Sip, we'll say goodbye by saying, off to the message boards.
All right, you can say that. I'll talk to you
We will
later.
do that.
Bye,
All right.
Sip.
Steve Sipple
Bye,
of
bye, bye.
on3.com and the new Husker site that started today. That technically has a title, but I don't know if we're legally allowed to say it yet.
Yeah, so Amazing Dana says, is On3 new or just one of those things that everybody else knows about that somehow escaped me? I've never heard of it. It's newer.
Yeah, it's within the last 2 years.
Yes, it's been around. They have not had a local component just
Right.
yet. So that's why you probably haven't heard of it. But now
you have 24/7 Sports,
Mhm.
which is a parent company. Rivals, a parent company.
And
We used
now
to have Scout.
Yep. And they were
Scout.
bought by 24/7.
Right.
And they have On3.
And now On3.
Yes.
They have for national writers Ivan Maisel, Jeremy Crabtree.
Yeah, friend of the program.
Friend of the program, who write for them. And yes, most of the original Husker online team
Mhm.
is eventually all moving over there, and Sip is joining them.
Yeah. Well, Sip's already there. He's already writing columns.
Sip's there. He's keeping all the chairs warm.
Mhm.
Boring username.
Brewing the coffee.
Oh, yeah. Jordan says, what's Sip's message board username? Sexy Sip 69.
Nice.
It could have been. It's just Steve Sipple.
Sip doesn't like to be adventurous.
It's just Steve Sipple.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, it's just dumb debates.
Oh, baby!
Next on 1620 The Zone. But, Sip just mentioned a little bit ago that I was being too kind. Well, I'm in a kind mood. Why? Because right now, the Dads Want Steaks deal is probably the best deal I've ever been able to promote through Omaha Steaks. For $99, you can get 4 bacon wrap fillets, 4 chicken breasts, 4 pork chops, You've got 4 caramel apple tartlets, 4 of their delicious all beef franks. And when you enter my last name, Bishop, in the code box at the top of the page at omahasteaks.com, we'll throw in 8 Omaha Steak burgers. That's right, 8 of their big, juicy, delicious Omaha Steak burgers. And it's all just $99. So get one for yourself, get one for your dad. Send it wherever you want to around the world from omahasteaks.com. And again, all you have to do is go to omahasteaks.com, enter my name, Bishop, in the little search bar at the top of the page. Takes you right to the deal. Get yours today and enjoy the gift of steaks for Father's Day from omahasteaks.com. Use promo code BISHOP.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More time-saving traffic center. Heads up, a crash on eastbound 680 has the 3 right lanes blocked at Fort Street. It's got traffic stopped from Dodge, so avoid that area of eastbound 680. Stop-and-go traffic on southbound 13th between Martha and I-80. Stop-and-go traffic on the northbound Blair High Road between 90th and 103rd. And then if you're north on the JFK, slow going from Childs to Chandler. And then if you're south on the JFK, delays from Q Street to Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant, not your typical place. Romeo's, not your typical restaurant, for your not your typical taste. Romeo's, Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoya with Kenoya Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Kenoya grown product. Come in and let our family help you find what you are looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Kenoya Garden Center between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Kenoya Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Having an issue with ED might begin in the bedroom, but it doesn't end there. It can also do a number on your confidence. But know this, you're not alone. 30 million guys deal with ED in the U.S. Fortunately, treating ED is now more straightforward and less awkward than ever, thanks to Hims. Through Hims, you can get the generic form of Viagra, which uses the same active ingredient for just $3 per use. Just go to 4hims.com and chat with a medical provider online, and if appropriate, you'll be prescribed the ED medication that's best for you. And it'll be shipped free to your door in discreet packaging. Simple. Plus, Hims gives you unlimited follow-up visits with medical providers. Get your confidence back at 4hims.com. Love your results or your money back.
To get started today, go to forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free visit. forhims.com/radio.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
It'd be nice to have a throw. It would 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 be nice. to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
from your mom.
Listen, listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
By the way, the no-hitter is gone.
Oh, you jinxed it. You jerk. You did this.
The no-hitter is done.
Folks.
But the A's are proceeding to now choke the game back to Houston.
You know how
in the eighth.
Announcers, like, you kind of have your catchphrases or sayings, famous ones. I always
Yunka Dunka.
If like Yunka Dunka, for example,
Yunka Dunka.
you kind of took from Harry Carey and you say someone wins, someone wins, someone wins. Right? That was from
Usually
him.
Jays win,
Jays
Jays
win,
win,
Jays
Jays win.
win.
I mean, I don't go
Someone
Hoyas win, Hoyas
You
win,
could.
Hoyas.
You could
I
start doing
could,
that.
but as Jed knows, the Hoyas don't win enough
Got him.
to warrant that.
So my bit that I always wanted to do if I was a baseball announcer would be any time that the first hit happens in the game, say, and thus ends the bid for the no-hitter. Thank you. I thought it was hilarious. No matter what inning.
The fact that the
That's
only
so
laugh
good.
you got was from him.
No, that's
says
funny.
all you
Thus
need to know.
ends the bid
It's
for
a
the
compliment.
no-hitter.
It's a compliment.
If that
because
happened
I'm
in the
very
first
funny.
inning, you couldn't tell me you wouldn't laugh just a little bit.
I have high standards of comedy, John.
I don't know
Maybe
if I'd
the
go
first
that far.
time,
I'm a
but
connoisseur.
after about the 40th time, there'd be a lot of folks saying, "This guy's stupid. Get him off."
No,
the
they'd be
air."
like, "Wow, you're
Actually,
the best
after about
announcer
the
I've
first
ever heard."
40 minutes, they would say, "This guy doesn't even know what baseball is.
That's not
He
true.
hates baseball."
I don't hate it. It's just boring to watch on television.
Wow.
To watch on television, it's fun to go watch it in person.
I think
So how come you never come watch it in person when it's in front of you at the College World Series?
That's not true. I watched some last year in person. I was up in the media area. Press box.
You want a cookie for that?
I went to a game on like a Monday afternoon. I've asked for tickets, multiple tickets to the College World Series this year.
Oh, but you won't work.
What are you talking about? I'll be working there every day. I'll be with you every
You're
day.
not going to be with me.
Well, I'll be with you on that Friday.
I'll be with John.
Yeah, Nick will be with you.
By the way, I reminded in the open, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring the chips. I was going to bring a bag of chips for you.
Damn it.
I was
Calendar
reminded
reminder,
because
John.
one of the things that was in the Dumb Debate song was Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake. I was also going to bring Josh one of the many cupcakes we
Aw.
have left just to see
I'd
if
eat
he
it.
could figure out how to eat it.
Just crumbly. I have cupcakes all the time.
Cupcake shouldn't be crumb. You need a moist cupcake. You don't.
These are very
falls apart a little bit, Nick. It still falls apart a little bit.
You know, sometimes the breading on the chicken falls apart, but it doesn't stop you from eating fried
Absolutely.
chicken.
No, the problem again is with the frosting and the cake. I guess the cake part, if you will, right?
Yes,
It's
the
just
cake
so
and the-
tall. You know, like a normal slice of cake, easy to eat.
How do you eat a muffin? Do you eat muffins?
No, I don't. Again, though, it'd be the same problem, Nick. The same problem. This is a normal thing to say. Many are saying
It is
this.
not normal.
It just falls apart.
Watch a YouTube tutorial on how to eat a cupcake.
I know you cut it in half and you make it a sandwich. I'm not doing that.
Wait,
that wasn't that
Let's
funny.
watch a tutorial. Now that was fun.
That's what people do. They cut it in half and they turn it into a little sandwich.
I've never. Okay.
Well, this is Dumb
I don't do that,
Debates.
Nick. Well, yeah,
and
yeah.
then the cold cupcake thing that came up
That's
as
a
part of Dumb
classic.
Debates
It's a classic.
many months ago.
Uh-huh.
But this is where
Many
you
years
take over the program by sending
Many
us your
sites.
Dumb Debates.
Mm.
Jerry sent one under the header of Dumb Debate while being, drunk on Memorial Day.
Oh, this is a good one. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
yeah.
If Mr. Potato Head was a fruit instead of a vegetable, would he have melon balls or grape nuts? Also, after some Google research, it was discovered that cotton ball is the fruit of a cotton plant. So maybe he would have cotton balls.
Now, look, I love the creativity of the question, but I'm going to be like John was a little bit earlier, all nerdy about Happy Gilmore. Well, actually, it wasn't a PGA Tour. Mr. Potato Head does not have vegetable testicles, if you will.
He doesn't have Mr. Potato Parts.
No, exactly. So this question is, while fun, it doesn't really fit the 1-to-1 because he doesn't have those anyway.
I agree.
But what if he did?
Okay, well, we need to answer
balls or grape nuts.
It'd be a pair.
I think grape nuts is funnier, and then we got to figure out what it would be for vegetables. Peas,
Absolutely.
little peas,
Little peas.
yeah,
Little
Peas.
baked beans.
Possibly.
baked beans.
Jerry was definitely drunk when he came up with that
Oh
one.
yeah,
100.
Scott, Titan Scott, with a rare take that I agree with. Congrats, Scott. He says cupcakes are indeed overrated and they're stupid to eat. Totally normal take by you. Many are saying it. See, many are saying it.
Just because it's hard for you to eat a cupcake doesn't mean they're hard
Apparently,
to eat.
apparently
Here's
we
the
found
thing.
the other
Okay,
person who
I've
was
never
confused
had
by
trouble
a
eating a
cupcake.
cupcake.
You don't
first of
spill.
all-
So you're what, Nick?
first
How
of
do
all,
you
why-
hold the cupcake? You put your hands on the frosting.
You're literally.
Oh, you grab
you
it
grab
on
it
the
from
base.
the sides.
Again, how big is your mouth, my man? What are you doing?
Okay.
You
I'm
don't
gonna.
have to put the whole thing
I'm
in
about
your
to
mouth.
mime.
You just take
But so
bites.
you probably you take bite from the
How do you-
bottom.
how do
Josh,
you- how do you-
Josh,
how do
look
you-
at the screen. I'm gonna mime for you. Here's the
Yeah.
cupcake, right?
Yeah.
Here's the little top.
Yeah.
You gotta like that.
Yeah.
You can attack
So
it.
you got frosting
from
on
the
your
top.
nose.
First of all, you eat chicken wings, don't you? That's
Yeah.
the messiest food there is out
Again,
there.
it's not the literal mess of it. It's just that you get frosting
You
on your
also
nose.
don't
You
have
also
to eat
get
the frosting.
You also get
can
like
take the
chicken
frosting
grease
off,
and
or
stuff
you
all
can
over your
attack it
mouth.
from the top.
Why would I not want the frosting?
Because some people like the cupcake and not the frosting part.
Those people are even dumber than regular people who eat cupcakes.
But if the frosting, just the frosting.
Again, it's ruining the experience. I want to be able to have a bite that is both frosting and cake. That's why actual cake is better.
Then
But
take
here-
a small bite of frosting.
Well, but
and
that's
then-
not true
Nick, that's
either.
what I
That's
do.
not true either because it depends. Now, if you have like a 2-layer cake, sometimes it's hard to get the frosting.
Now,
in.
here's the real take that I'll give you. I'll say this. It's a trust tree with the nest. Cake is overrated. That's the problem here. Cake is just an average dessert. Give me ice cream. Give me a cookie. Give
Ice
me a
cream.
brownie. Fudge. I don't want cake.
What if it's a tall
there.
brownie with a lot of icing on it? Then what do you do?
Is a brownie
Nice.
technically not a cake?
Now that's a dumb debates question. That's a dumb debates question. I just cake
Are
is
you
just,
also not a fan of ice cream cones because you can get that on your face?
I actually don't like ice cream cones. I order dish. I always do the dish. Wow. What? Very normal.
Do you eat your chicken wings with a knife and a fork?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Kevin adds, cupcakes suck, but I will say if I am forced to eat one, I turn it into a sandwich by ripping the bottom off and making it the top bun.
I mean, literally, it tastes like cake. Who cares? If it gets a little messy, you get a little frosting on your face. It's fun.
Fun. Shopping.
Doug, old man Doug.
Are you going to read the whole thing? The whiny part at the beginning?
Yes.
Okay, good.
This one is semi-serious, but a dumb debate nevertheless. So probably won't put it on the air, but here goes.
What does that even mean, Doug?
I don't know. Why, when they refer to a movie's success, do they refer to the gross? That's gross revenues.
Yes.
Versus saying how many people paid to go see it. Of course, a movie in 2022 will outgross a movie produced in 2010 because of inflation, et cetera. So why do they do it that way? Well,
this is a great question, Doug. But the answer is sadly pretty easy.
Well, it's just easier to count the money than it is to count. I mean, I don't know. They've always counted the money because it's about how much money it makes. Now
I'm much more of a cynic about this.
Now you can also go to places and get inflation adjusted.
Yeah, I was just say, don't they account for inflation anyway?
No, not for the regular box office. So, like, for
well,
example,
for this year's box office, you're right. But I mean, there are some places that will use the whole inflation calendar or calculator.
Oh, for sure. But I'm saying, like, because I am much more of a cynic on this. Why do they do this? Because it allows them to say that this movie is the highest grossing movie of all time. That's why they do it.
They only did it for Avatar.
Because if they just did it, and it was the most tickets bought, then the most money ever made by a movie, like, it wouldn't change. It would be Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind has the highest box office adjusted for inflation, if I remember right. But that might have changed.
Doug, I have good news for you. You can go to, hang on a second.
Box Office Mojo?
boxofficemojo.com.
I'm looking at it right now.
Now, they only have it updated through, there it is. There's a little drop-down box that says by adjusted gross 2020 ticket price.
Okay, so 2 years ago.
Gone with the Wind.
As I said.
And they have an estimated number of tickets sold.
Over 200 million tickets sold.
Gone with the Wind is still the number one adjusted gross movie of all time, with Star Wars, A New Hope, second, 178 million estimated tickets sold. Sound of Music. God, people had bad taste back then.
Ha! Do you think it was only because it had air conditioning in the theaters and people just wanted to hang out?
For Sound with the Music, no. Or Sound of Music,
that is part of it.
But Gone with the Wind, definitely. In
Right.
1939,
Right.
absolutely. Now, not by the time Star Wars came out, or E.T. was fourth in 82, and of course not Titanic.
It was the Depression. Nobody could afford air conditioning.
It was a cheap form.
It was. And
that's why the movie was so long. It's like a good thing to be long, too.
Yeah, that's why you got a lot of double features and a lot of trailers and a lot of cartoons. The original.
What was the thing in the middle, the overture or whatever?
Yeah, the intermission.
So yeah, that's Doug. That's why. It's because they wouldn't be able to talk about movies like, oh, this is the biggest movie ever.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Yeah. Plus-
E.T. number 4, Titanic number 5, The 10 Commandments 6, Jaws 7th, Dr. Zhivago. I would never have guessed.
I don't even know what that is.
The Exorcist.
Wow, that surprises me.
Now that's The Exorcist number 9 and Snow White number 10.
You have to go to 11, which is The Force Awakens, to find a movie that was released this century, and that's number 11 all time. And they had 108 million tickets sold. So that's, in my opinion, that's why
That did better than Infinity War or Endgame.
Endgame is 16th, 95 million tickets sold.
And again, that's estimated number of tickets based on their
That's true.
on their math.
Yeah. That's a great question, though. I've thought about it many times.
Yeah.
Thought about it many times.
I just assumed it was adjusted.
No, yeah, not the regular. Like if you for example, the number one movie at the box office last week was Top Gun Maverick. It made $126 million. It made $126, $2022.
This one came in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed from a friend of the program, Mike L. Who says, why does Apple hate its customers and why do people seem to embrace that abusive relationship?
Okay, so this
Great question.
This is about
Great question, Michael.
This is about TweetDeck, right? That's not Apple's decision. It's Twitter's decision.
I think Mike L is just commenting on Apple in general.
I don't know, why does Apple
agree with
supposedly
Mike L.
hate their customers? I don't have any issue with it.
Well, of course you don't. You're a member of the cult.
Again, John,
Here, have
Stockholm
these really
syndrome.
bad wireless earbuds.
Don't
They're
use
super
the
uncomfortable.
Apple wireless earbuds, Nick. I'm a professional in radio. Why would I use those?
The normal non-radio people do.
Not-
Think
not-
of the common
I don't know
people,
anybody that
Josh.
uses the regular Apple headphones. Nobody. Not a single soul, Nick.
Really? You don't know
No.
anyone who uses AirPods?
None of my friends. Oh, those are not the normal ones. You have
Yeah,
to
they
pay
are.
money. You have to pay for those.
Oh, you have to pay extra money for something.
For headphones, yes. Like with your phone, did you get cool headphones?
It came with decent earbuds, JBLs,
Yeah.
actually.
Very cool. Nick.
Wow.
The Samsung Galaxy
Did yours come
S10.
with headphones?
Oh,
Oh, you had to pay for extra headphones?
No,
My God, what
I
will
already
you
had my Bose headphones.
What will John do, Nick, having to buy extra headphones?
Well, I already had them.
Well, if he wants, he can charge his phone, in the wall. But do those come with? They go okay. If he wants
Nice.
to listen to the headphones though that are wired, he doesn't need to buy a separate dongle.
That's true. I don't have to buy.
We don't
separate
need
dongle.
dongles.
I don't need a dongle.
Neither do I. Use Bluetooth because it's 2022 after all.
What happens if you're in an area where there's like a lot of frequency interference and your Bluetooth
Think about the
just won't
5G,
work?
Josh.
Then you'll never be able to listen to your podcast at double speed.
No, I mean, I do have a dongle, so I'll be good to go there too. It came with one. It came with a dongle.
They come with dongles now?
Yes. See, you're just talking, Nick, like you know what you're
But
talking
the fact
about.
that you need an appendage, the fact
Yeah.
you need an extension for your phone.
And it's all proprietary.
Mm-hmm.
I
Very sad.
I could go from a Galaxy to another type of Android phone and I won't have to change my charger.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. Neither, Nick, I can go to another iPhone and not have to change my charger
Well, sure.
as
You,
well.
you stay inside the cult.
Of course. Well, yeah,
They've
because I
got you.
like
They-
the phone.
They've got you.
Again,
I could go to a Google phone.
Very abusive
charger.
relationship. It
weren't
sounds
Google
like to
phones
me.
like horrible?
No.
See, I don't know why. If you don't like it, that's awesome. I love my phone though. It's a great phone. It does everything that I need it to do.
I'm glad you like it. I just don't like seeing people get abused. by
I
large
agree.
companies.
We don't want to
says
see
Nick
you get
using-
abused.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I got this question from an unnamed person, didn't want their name on it, and that's okay with us. Says the other night, my wife and I were chilling watching TV. No, really, that's all we do. I rarely have my bare feet out, but I did. And she said I have nice feet, but I need to trim my toenails. They were trimmed very well, in my opinion, just a little white showing. She said there shouldn't be any white showing on toenails. I said just a little is best. Thus the dumb debate.
How do we trim your toenails?
No, should there be white showing on the, okay, so this part, like,
Well, if there's not, that's kind of painful. When you get down below the white,
That's
and
what
you
I'm
get,
thinking.
Aren't you not supposed to go below the white
I don't
because
think so.
you get infection?
Yeah.
That's too short. So,
No,
unnamed person,
bad.
you are right. She is wrong.
That's weird.
That's too short.
That's
and
way
wait
too
a minute,
short.
I thought the women were into the longer nails so they can decorate them and stuff.
For him?
Probably not for.
She doesn't want to decorate his nails.
No, but why is it?
So you're saying she probably does this to her own feet?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know.
I've never heard anybody say that you should trim your nails down to the pink.
Yeah.
That's not good at all.
Yeah.
That's painful.
In fact, I did that when I was a teenager, and my doctor accosted me for it. Like, hey,
Wow.
you're trimming too low.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't happen with me. There you go. Yeah.
What, you used
No,
to trim?
a doctor never has
Oh.
talked to me about my toenails.
Well, no, I was just my fingernails. But
your
I'm
fingernails.
assuming it's the same concept.
See, now I will say, when I trim my fingernails, I do go down to I get rid of all the white.
Ooh,
It doesn't go. See, I know. I'm not very good at cutting my nails. Like, I can do it, but not the best. That's why I want to start just
So
doing
he's bad
pedicures
at
all the time.
eating cupcakes and cutting nails.
This is a very normal cupcake opinion. Many are agreeing with me.
If there was a cupcake fingernail salon, Josh would be like, "Get away! Get away!"
Anonymous writes in at 402-951-1620.
Oh, no, not anonymous.
People wearing AirPods while driving are dum-dums. No. Also, Josh's commentary is always my favorite. No offense, John. That's an awesome text because he kind of agreed with you guys at first, and then he came around and agreed with me.
I would be anonymous too if I had to take.
I'm pretty sure that should be illegal. Isn't it that illegal to listen to like earbuds or something while you're driving?
Well, I assume that if you have an AirPod in, you're using it as like a Bluetooth like communicator. You know?
I've seen
have
people
one.
straight up like.
Well, that's
both
illegal.
in
You
listening to
cannot wear
music.
cans while you drive. You cannot do that. Now, I
No.
used to, when my stereo crapped out in an old car, I actually did drive around with headphones, but I was in high school, so I was an idiot. Travis does write in because Samsung isn't a large corporation that preys on consumers. Come on, Nick.
Yeah, but it's a cool one.
Oh, they're the good one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, mine works great. I love.
I love. I've had mine for
yours.
a while.
You have your notifications on silent, and yet their notifications always.
That's
get
a
through.
John problem. That's not a Samsung problem. I don't know what's going on with his phone.
No, it doesn't do that anymore. It was the other phone. It was the older phone that somehow was breaking through.
Interesting.
Problem is when you have too many apps and things that have too many. You literally have to go into every single app and say, I don't want this notification. I don't want this notification. I don't want this.
Eventually,
I'm sure it's that way with every phone.
Yeah. What my phone started doing with some update is if you don't use an app for a while, it just stops until you hit it on or click on it again. Then you get notifications. But if you let it go for a while, then it just locks it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Daniel, pushing the glasses straight up the old nose, says,
What's up, Daniel?
Even if you did number of tickets sold, you still have to adjust for the fact that in 1940, the U.S. population was 132 million, and now it's 335 million. The number of theaters, screens, etc. So what percentage of the eligible population paid to see the movie?
That's
Daniel,
hilarious.
That sounds like a great project for you to undertake.
That's hilarious. If we started doing, instead of adjusted for inflation, adjusted for percentage of population that paid to see the movie. Again, the old days would win every time. Because
Are you a movie population ratings guy?
Definitely.
That means they sold more tickets than there were people on.
That's crazy.
Now I don't
It
know
was
if
just
that
for
was
the air conditioning,
I'm
I'm telling
guessing
you.
that I'm not sure if the list I was reading from was. I'm guessing it's worldwide box office, right? Yeah, it'd be
No. The one that we were looking at was domestic.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. This is a fun one that I hear asked actually a lot in college football circles. Johnny Pick says, since Urban showed up in 2012, Ohio State is 117-13 with 5 Big Ten championships, 3 Heisman finalists, and have averaged the number 4.6 recruiting class. Given they have only 4 appearances in the CFP with a 3-3 record and only 1 natty, have they underachieved? Yes.
No.
They definitely have.
I don't think it's hard to say you've underachieved when you're literally having to go against the monolith that is Alabama.
Yeah, but you have Urban Meyer.
Well, but
they did have Urban Meyer. And now they have kind of crappy Ryan Day.
But as we found out, Urban Meyer was slipping. He was slipping towards the end.
Yeah, but I mean, even his slipping year, they still went 13-1. You know,
I find it hard to believe. Again, you got Alabama in the way. You had Clemson in the way. You had Georgia in the way. Oklahoma was there.
They never played Georgia. They never played Bama. Or
But
they
I'm
never
just saying,
played.
theoretically, you had all those teams all fighting. I mean, the idea of underachieve is they didn't win enough national titles.
But here's the crazy thing about Ohio State. Because, look, I understand the point that you just were making there. But I'm going to tell you some of the reasons why they didn't, play for more national championships. Because you just said, like, they had Alabama in the way. They only played Alabama in the playoff one time.
But again, those were teams that ended up winning the title.
But think about it, John. They didn't even make the college football playoff in 2017. They didn't make the college football playoff in 2018. They barely got in 16, and they didn't make the college football playoff in 2015. Those are just the Urban Meyer years. So, like, it's not like they got to the championship game every year under Urban Meyer. They lost to Purdue. They lost to Iowa. They got killed by Oklahoma.
I don't know. I find it hard to believe in an era where Alabama seemingly wins every dang title that you can blame other teams necessarily for underachieving.
It's just crazy.
Alabama just was so good.
That they're a top 5 recruiter and they only won 1 title with Urban. I don't know. I think that they underachieved. I think it's okay to say they underachieved.
I
just
disagree.
by a little bit.
I disagree.
They're the best team in their league by far in that time period. They had nobody else that was comparable to them. Come on, Ryan Day.
But could you make the argument that the Big Ten wasn't particularly strong?
I mean, definitely not as good as the SEC in that
Especially
time
when you look at the fact that,
But that's the crazy part is some of the years that they didn't make the playoff, it was because the Big Ten kept them down. They didn't win the division, John, in 15 or 16.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're just talking about underachieving. Comparable to your expectation, I think it's okay to say they underachieved.
I disagree. I disagree. Because if that's the case, and let's talk about real underachievers.
Well, I mean, we can talk about
like
real.
Texas A&M.
Well, definitely. But I would agree with you. Texas A&M is underachieved. We can move on. The fun part about this question is I think Ohio State's a unique case study. Bama has not underachieved. Of course, Clemson has not underachieved. I think it's okay, though, to wonder if Bama or if Ohio State has in this time period.
It's okay to wonder, and it's also okay to say, you're wrong.
All right, says they did go undefeated in his first season and won 25 straight, didn't they? Yeah, they did.
Yes,
and that's,
they did.
Again, the crazy part.
But
at the end of that, they had nothing to show for it.
But that wasn't Urban's fault.
Well, that's
what he inherited.
The first one, yeah, but I mean, think about that. They won 25 games to start his tenure, and they finished year 2 without a conference championship. That's pretty crazy.
Football.
Josh apparently here to just destroy all your hopes and dreams, Ohio State.
I'm just asking.
He thinks you're overrated.
Oh, I bet Ohio State fans would say they've underachieved.
And Ryan Day is a terrible coach who's on the hot seat.
The other day I heard him call you the butt cries.
Money Chris says Ohio State is underachieved. Even Clemson won 2 and had another appearance in the final. Yeah, Clemson doesn't recruit as well as Ohio State. Dabo's not as good of a coach as Urban Meyer.
Or is he? He's still coaching.
He is still coaching.
He hasn't left.
He's been fired by the Jaguars.
We have unsportsmanlike content still to come, including the door is open to red balloons in Memorial Stadium. I know you're excited, folks. But coming up next, we do have an update on the fantasy football argument heard around the world.
Oh, no, it's still going?
On 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Oh, yeah, you got the little fluffer. Yeah, it goes on top of it.
Yeah, I know what it is.
What is it called then?
Feather duster?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you don't fluff the ceiling fan.
I think the thing is on the stick is called a fluff.
I don't think that at all. Like, not even remotely.
Yeah, feather duster. Well, that just sounds weak. I like the fluffer.
Sharp and Benning in the morning. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
really quite pleasant into this evening with partial sun and light north winds and temperatures in the lower 70s. Mostly clear, cooling off tonight. Low temperatures drop all the way back into the upper 40s for low, and spectacular weather coming Thursday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More time-saving traffic center. Heads up, a crash on eastbound 680 has the 3 right lanes blocked at Fort Street. It's got traffic stopped from Dodge, so avoid that area of eastbound 680. Stop-and-go traffic on southbound 13th between Martha and I-80. Stop-and-go traffic on the northbound Blair High Road between 90th and 103rd. And then if you're north on the JFK, slow going from Childs to Chandler. And then if you're south on the JFK, delays from Q Street to Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Come on, when was the last time you had your Fernando's fix? It doesn't get any better than lunch, dinner, carry-out, even catering from Fernando's. Get your Fernando's fix. 114th and Dodge, 75th and Pacific, and FernandosOmaha.com.
Searching for your next vehicle? Shop Woodhouse first. Over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles in stock and on our lots, with new trades arriving daily that you can explore on Woodhouse.com. Plus, confidence comes standard when you purchase a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Woodhouse. With our multi-point inspection, transparent pricing, available add-on warranties, and financing options, purchasing a pre-owned vehicle has never been simpler. Experience the difference and drive away today confident and road-ready in your new vehicle from Woodhouse.
Why are we experts in total pest control? Because what good is a beautiful lawn if bugs and pests keep you from going out and enjoying it? This is Chuck Monaco with CM's Outdoor, now part of the Ryan Lawn and Tree family. Our CM's and Ryan Pros are known as the very best at getting rid of the nasty critters that enjoy chewing on your lawn, shrubs, and trees. So it only makes sense that we would also eliminate those annoying pests that see you as a tasty snack. Introducing Pest Guard Plus. We've combined our 4 most popular home pest control services into one year-round program. It includes keeping bugs out of your home, flea and tick control, mosquito, and rodent control. Pest Guard Plus keeps pests out of your home and out of your yard, so you can enjoy summer indoors and out. Visit BestOmahaLawn.com to learn more and receive a free estimate. Sign up now for Pest Guard Plus, and your first application is free. Enjoy a pest-free summer with Pest Guard Plus at BestOmahaLawn.com. That's BestOmahaLawn.com.
You want 8 of the flutes and onyx.
Giro's hand-blown glassware blows right off her store's shelves.
Check the back for more indigo bowls.
She needs an inventory manager to help keep her stock on lock.
These are 100% borosilicate. Those aren't. Hey, can someone check the temp on the kiln?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
What exactly are you putting in that sock?
The 1620 The Zone.
So yesterday we told you the story of Tommy Pham and Jock Peterson and the slap heard around the world because of a fantasy football argument. Well, Pham served his suspension, his 3-game suspension. And upon returning yesterday, told the Cincinnati Enquirer, that's something you really just put behind you. Everyone in that group chat, everybody knows. I've had some of those guys reach out to me. They already know what's up. Pham is still asserting that Jock Peterson was making an illegal move when he placed a player on the IR of their fantasy league a couple of years ago or last year, whenever the hell it was. And that's what led to the argument. But Pham joked that one person could have stopped all of it. He blamed the commissioner. No, he didn't blame Rob Manfred. He blamed his fantasy football league commissioner, none other than Mike Trout.
And then they tried to talk to Mike Trout about this, and he gave no comment.
Pham said, according to the Enquirer, laughing while he was saying it, Trout did a terrible job, man. Trout is the worst commissioner in fantasy sports because he allowed a lot of stuff to go on and he could have solved it all. I don't want to be the bleeping commissioner. I've got other stuff to do. Trout also didn't want to do it. We put it on him, so it's kind of our fault too because we made him commissioner. So imagine dragging the best player in the game into your little slap and tickle fight.
Mm-hmm. Think the story's done now? Are we going to be able to move on?
Oh, are you kidding? No way. I guarantee you somebody out there is going to want to live stream the draft that this fantasy league does next year if it is still going on or if someone hasn't already been kicked out.
I guess if someone put that on StreamYard, I would.
I want to know who all the players were in this draft.
In the team?
Yeah. Who's in the league? I mean, because now, let's see. I'm trying to remember the lineage here. No, Pham and Peterson were never teammates, and neither was Trout. I wonder what the link is, the common link between these guys, other than that they're Major League Baseball players. I wonder how many guys are in this league. Is it a big league? Is it a little league?
Probably. My guess would be 10 to 12. That's the normal size for a league.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have the 8-teamers. You don't have enough friends, so your rosters are absolutely loaded.
No, I don't think this story's done because we're going to find out the other
it's
players in the league. You loved it yesterday.
It's funny, but now I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on from the story.
It's gotten too real.
I want to hear from the other players in the league to see where everyone else is thinking.
See, I mean, that would be interesting.
Whose side are they on? Are they on Team Pham or Team Peterson?
Well, it's always good to be on Team Peterson. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, he spells his differently.
Yeah, he does. That's true.
But we need to find out. Who's in the right here? Who's in the wrong? But it's all Mike Trout's fault.
I cannot believe that a guy got suspended in Major League Baseball because of fantasy football.
Well, he got suspended for the slapping.
Because of fantasy football. Without fantasy football, the slap never happens. The guy who invented fantasy football, you know that meme where it's like the beginning of dominoes? It's like a little tiny domino, and then the very end, it's a huge one. That's what this meme is. Guy creates fantasy football. Major League Baseball player suspended for 3 games.
I'm surprised that they even allow this, that this somehow doesn't constitute gambling.
I will be honest, that was one of the first things that I thought this weekend.
I mean, it says it on the clubhouse door, thou shalt not gamble
for
fear of being suspended for life, like Pete Rose. It doesn't mean it reads a little more legal than that.
That would be amazing. You must be able to do this, though, because they were talking openly about the money involved. It's not even that they were just saying, yeah, it's fantasy football. I mean, I don't remember which one, but one of them, I think it was Jock, was like, yeah, there's a lot of money.
It is betting on sport.
It is. Jordan writes in on YouTube, going back to the dumb debates question that we finished up with. Ohio State is equivalent to the Braves in the 90s, dominate their conference or division, but only one championship to show for it. Do you think the Braves underachieved?
Well, yeah, but that also lasted a lot longer. That was basically 2 decades.
Well, they won their division 14 years in a row, right?
Exactly.
Urban Meyer got hired 10 years ago. It's close.
14 straight years.
It's close, though.
Listen, I'm not going to trash talk Ohio State.
I'm not trash talking them.
Nebraska may have to deal with them in the conference championship game.
What do you have to do with that?
Well, I just don't want
they have to deal with them in what?
In the conference championship game.
What year is this? Are we going back in time?
This year.
Like 95?
This year. Or maybe it's a future year.
Maybe
I'm
it's happening right now.
2050.
I'm just looking out.
On the
looking out for everyone. That's all. I'm
Get
just
the
looking
X.
out for.
Dave writes in on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I read that Eric Hosmer and Mike Moustakas were in the league. Moose.
Now, those are former teammates with the Royals.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get their opinions on this. We need to find out who's in the right here. Somebody is not telling the whole story.
It does seem like there's a piece of information that's missing.
I think there's a piece of information that's missing because this may help solve many other fantasy league debates across the country. And then we'll never have to hear about it again.
I just want to know what the buy-in for this league is.
That's what I want to know too.
That's
Nick.
the only thing I care
What
about.
type of pot was at the end of this league? How much money did the winner get? How much money did second place get? I would love to know the answer.
Maybe
to
it's
that.
salary based. Maybe it's like a percentage.
No,
like
it's
small.
It's
like
probably
half
pure.
percentage,
It's probably
but-
pure buy-in, and then they split it up. Probably the winner gets a huge cut. The second place, might win a little bit. Third place gets their entry fee, and then nobody else makes money. That would be my guess. I would love to know.
Well, coming up, we have an update on red balloons in unsportsmanlike content and Nebraska's quarterback situation. Where does it rank in the country? According to one national expert. Coming up on 1620 The Zone. But starting tomorrow, it's the NBA Finals. And it's your chance to score big with the FanDuel Sportsbook. John and Josh here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, FanDuel is giving new customers $200 in free bets. That's guaranteed when you place that first $5 bet. Bet the money line. Bet the spread. You can bet player props. And for even bigger paydays, take advantage of the FanDuel's same-game parlays. You can parlay game winners, who hits the game-winning shot, player point props, all kinds of things all together. That equals bigger payouts. And all you have to do when you sign up is use our promo code 1620.
Along the lines, John, they have odds boosts as well. I'm looking at one for game one, Klay Thompson to score 5 or more points in the first quarter and a combined 50 or more points scored total in the first quarter between both teams. It was plus 165. They boosted it to 220. Warriors -4, Moneyline -168. All of that available for you right now on the FanDuel Sportsbook. Download that app, put in our promo code 1620 and turn a $5 bet into $200 in free bets. Win or lose, and enjoy this year's NBA Finals more than you ever have before. 21 plus, the president in Iowa. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expires 14 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Okay, team, it's summer. Your training all comes down to this. Checklist. Emma, sunscreen? Check. Alex, shades? Yep, set. Baby Zoe, diaper bag? We're just gonna call that a yes. Are you ready for Funplex? Check. What up to the minivan? But we can't drive. Let's find Mom, and then go to the minivan. Yay!
It's all for fun and fun for all at Funplex, 70th and Q, dude. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
For thousands across the heartland, summer means one thing: hunger. Having extra mouths to feed, paired with the rising cost of food, puts an additional strain on already tight budgets. Families need your support now more than ever. Stop by the Food Bank for the Heartland's Stuff the Truck event on Saturday, June 11th at the Baker's Lakeside location off 173rd and Center from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Your donations of non-perishable items will fill tables with food and hearts with hope. Help the Food Bank strike out hunger this summer.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content.
content that's unsportsmanlike.
Real quick, thanks to Jay Sker, Todd, Happer's Meme Guy, and Dave for pointing out that we have the information on the league buy-in. $10,000 is what the league buy-in was for the league, and last place had to pay an extra $10K. According to The Athletic, Trent Rosecrans?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, he's the writer. Let's see. Manny Machado, Eric Hosmer, Mike Moustakas. Those were at least a few other members of the league. 10K buy-in. I'll be a little honest. I thought it'd be higher.
Me too.
That'd be a little higher.
I'm not a fan of making last place pay an extra.
Oh, last place always has to do something.
That's
in our league.
Not fair to punish the poor. You already lost.
Well, they're baseball players. They're not poor. In our league, the winner got to decide what last place had to do. Last place had to dress up. Remember what Ted Cruz looked like when he was going to Cancun during that?
Oh, no.
He dressed up like that when we went to Mexico in April. That's what he was wearing. And so he was at the airport. He had a Texas flag mask on. He had khakis, the same outfit. It was pretty funny. But none of us were at that airport because he flew out of a different state and he got to Mexico first. Yeah. Very legal, very cool.
Content.
Mm-hmm.
In his interview with the World Herald, Trev Albert said while the university will no longer be in the red balloon business, that they're not keeping red balloons out of the stadium. In other words, if a separate entity wants to provide them, fans can bring them into the stadium. Red balloons are back, folks?
We talked about this last week, didn't we? That fans would bring them in?
Do you think someone will actually...
Yes.
Oh, there's a money-making opportunity.
Yeah. They'll put their logo on it.
Good luck with the $5 red balloons.
Yeah, exactly.
With the price of helium and everything. I don't know if it would necessarily... But yeah, you're right. There'll probably be a few people that are like, we've got to do this because
for tradition. Exactly. It'll definitely happen.
Yeah. Well, okay.
When the Washington football team built their current stadium, it was the largest in the league. Now Danny Snyder, and still your Danny Snyder, by the way, has a proposal for a new stadium in Virginia with only 55,000 seats. Tell me again why this franchise is failing?
Because they're Washington. That is amazing.
55K.
Which, by the way, is about the size that RFK Stadium is, the old Washington Stadium.
Before FedEx Field.
When they actually used to fill the place and they had a sellout streak. And
used to have over 90,000 seats. This is not a reaction to, well, hey, guys, modern amenities, smaller stadiums. No, it's the answer. What was the question that Nick asked at the end? Why is this franchise failing? I'll go back one sentence before that when he named Danny Snyder a couple of times. That's the reason why. That is it. Look, I hate the team, obviously. That is a great fan base, a historic franchise, and a fan base that goes back generations. You know, teams in the NFL do not have fan base. Not every team has a fan base like Washington. It's pretty crazy, like how much it's dropped off because of one dude.
By the way, the news just gets better and better as Dan Snyder and Roger Goodell were both requested to testify at a congressional hearing later this month. Yeah. Yeah, they're expanding their investigation to include the league, the NFL's role in setting and enforcing standards across the league and workplace reforms, aka the workplace harassment suits that have been filed against the formerly known as Washington football team.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, your Montreal Canadiens have removed the interim tag from Martin St. Louis, who has agreed
Martin
St. Louis, who has agreed to a 3-year extension to become the 32nd head coach in franchise history. How do you feel about this news?
I have no feelings right now. I'm numb. I'm numb to the fact that once again, the Canadiens, who for many, many years have been the Yankees of professional hockey, have gone 30 years without winning a championship. You know, we have the conversations around here all the time. Is Nebraska football still a blue blood? And I say no. They haven't been in the conversation for 20 years. The Montreal Canadiens, no longer a blue blood in the NHL. Come on. Let's go, Martine. Let's get this thing going. Let's turn this thing around so I can wear my Montreal hat, or toque, as we call it in Canada, in public again.
With pride?
With pride.
So I was talking about with Ritz last night as we were watching the hockey. She said, hey, when's the last Canadian team that won the Stanley Cup. And I said, it's actually Montreal back in the early 90s. Here's a fun fact that I learned as I was looking up just to confirm. When they won that championship in, June of 1993, that was their 24th Stanley Cup championship. At the time, they had more championships than the New York Yankees. Because the New York Yankees, since that moment, have won 5 more World Series to get to 27. They had more. It's crazy how good they were and how they have had. I mean, they made the playoffs, but haven't had success anywhere near that.
The Mets have the 3rd largest lead in their division as of June 1st. Hey, that's today. Of any team in the divisional era. All the other leaders won their division, but only 2 of the other 6 on the list won the World Series. Will the Mets be the 3rd?
Probably not, because they're the Mets. But they'll definitely be in the playoffs. I mean, Mike Farron does not want to talk about early success and project it at all to the end of the season. He hates doing it. But even he had to say, yeah, they're probably winning their division.
Well, all of these teams did win their division, by the way. The Mariners in 2001 had a 14-game lead by this point in that season.
They won 116 games.
But didn't even make the World Series.
Oh, they lost in 5 in the ALCS.
The 2017 Astros, who banged the can slowly, were 11 games up. They won the World Series.
Ugh.
Then the Mets and Twins of 2019, 10.5 games. Twins didn't make the World Series. The 71 Giants had a 10.5 game lead. They didn't make the World Series. The 07 Red Sox had a 10-game lead. They did win the World Series. And 1999 Cleveland did not make the World Series.
Oof.
Now, the Mets will win the division.
Will they win the World Series?
But they got them Dodgers in the way.
Bill Barnwell ranked every NFL offseason from 1 to 32 today, and your 2 teams ended up 8th, John, and 24th, Josh. Besides being Kobe Bryant's 2 numbers in the NBA, did old Bill get this one right?
And the Broncos number 1, by the way, and the Eagles number 2.
Really? The Broncos number 1, eh? Interesting. I mean, I know they got Russell Wilson. Randy Gregory was a nice pickup. I mean, it's hard to argue too much. The Rams, obviously, even though they lost Von Miller, were able to get back,
folks,
another fine defensive addition. Now, we don't know about Aaron Donald and the extension on his contract. But also the big deal that they got for got Robinson from Chicago. That was a nice pickup. And we don't know yet what's going to happen with OBJ. I mean, I can't really argue too much about the number 8 ranking. What about your Cowboys?
I think it's pretty spot on. You mentioned a player a couple minutes ago, Randy Gregory. That whole fiasco, not very good. And I think that's a huge reason why it dropped off. I'm okay with them getting rid of Amari Cooper, but it's going to be, interesting to see if he's able to put together one more really good season. They just doesn't seem like they're as talented today as they were a year ago. Not to mention the first round draft pick. Odd, just given who it was and given some of his grades. So yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with them being that low.
Speaking of ESPN writers ranking things, David Hale put together a list of 25 tiers for every single college football QB situation in the country. Casey Thompson, Logan Smothers, and Chubba? They ended up in tier 14 with the QB situations at Iowa State, Virginia Tech, and Auburn. He added, Nebraska waved goodbye to Martinez, and while a change was needed, none of his potential replacements is a surefire improvement. Is he right?
By the way, speaking of Adrian, he had him in tier 7, which he titled "You Might Not Have Noticed, but They're Pretty Good." 5 players.
Interesting. So
4 jobs.
He's rating, basically rating Martinez better than Thompson.
Yeah, and then for tier 14, it was, is there a diamond in the rough? That's kind of how he described that tier. I mean, I don't know. It does seem a little low. I'm not going to be able to speak to the quarterback situation at every program in the country, obviously. Casey Thompson does have some experience. I think some solid experience. The other 2 players, though, is probably what weighs it down. Chubba, very little playing time. Logan Smothers, of course, very little playing time. So I guess it makes sense from that perspective that he's looking at this more the position versus the top-end guy. And that I mean, it still hasn't been decided. Whereas for Kansas State, he only had Adrian listed. He didn't have any other backup quarterbacks listed.
Yeah, these lists are kind of weird because of the way that, they're categorized. So, listen, it's hard for me to be too critical of it. It's also hard for me to say it's a great list. To me, at the end of the day, the most interesting thing will be is how the two situations work out. You have a brand new combination here in Lincoln, and you'll have a brand new combination. And we've talked a lot about Adrian Martinez the last couple of weeks and some of the things he said down in Manhattan, Kansas. It's just going to be a fascinating watch for both sides. And yes, you'll be able to make some conclusions, but I don't think you'll be able to make every conclusion. If Martinez is a raging success, it doesn't necessarily mean that Scott Frost has forgotten everything about football, but it certainly won't help his cause, especially if Casey Thompson and or Chubba Purdy don't end up popping right out of the gate here at Nebraska.
In the immortal words of the excited college radio announcer, the number of civil suits filed against Deshaun Watson is back to number 23.
Number 23?
As a new massage therapist has come forward alleging misbehavior by the Browns quarterback. She decided to file after seeing the most recent story on Watson's accusers on HBO Real Sports. Do you think there's the chance of even more women coming forward?
Sadly, I do. How many more could be out there? It seems like a lot already. And remember, the number used to be 23, but then one dropped her case
and this
recently.
is a different one.
And this is a new one that's added back onto the pile. If you're Deshaun Watson, you have to wonder at what point does all of this go away? And the answer to that question is probably never. You're never going to escape it. It's always going to be part of how the conversation goes. And man, that's a lot of lawsuits to settle or go to trial, which is what will probably happen in most of them.
Yeah, to answer the original question, I would not be surprised at all. I'm with you. This is going to follow him around for the rest of his life. The thing that I think that he probably wants to happen, though, is he just wants to get to whatever decision is going to be made by the NFL. It's June, man. Training camps are a month and a half, 2 months away. Preseason starts a little over 2 months. And, of course, the regular season is barely 3 months away now. Like, I bet he just wants an answer. Suspend me, don't suspend me. I just think he wants to be able to move on, at least on the field. And you wonder how much longer it's going to be before we get that answer.
As discussed earlier, one Stephen M. Sipple has officially joined an internet recruiting website, complete with a message board and all the other bells and whistles. Are you looking forward to Sip's OT posts on movies, food, and more?
Yes, I hope that he embraces the message board life. He's posted more times today than I ever would have expected him to post on a message board. I would love for him to be like, hey, what's for dinner? OT, have you seen the new Star Wars movie? Ozark takes. I hope we see all of that and more from our good friend Steve Sipple.
By the way, if you've joined us here in the 2020s, message board vernacular, OT is off topic.
Off topic. Thank you, John. Good on you.
Thank you for saying that.
I know that many of you don't peruse
I guess Nick is too young to know the message boards
anymore.
Yeah. The only message board I've ever used is Reddit.
I don't think Sipple's going to partake in a lot of this because it's going to
take.
I mean, as you heard from him earlier today here on the program, he's got a lot of things to learn. Learning the ins and outs of the message board and the message board culture.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you think it's hard to develop a culture at the University of Nebraska football program?
Harder in a message board world?
Yep.
Maybe once they figure it out over there, they could talk to Frost about it. Here's the culture we developed on our message board. You could take that to your team.
Yeah, I don't think you want a message board culture on your football team at all.
But probably wouldn't be any worse than what they have on the football
field.
Then
again, you did have a lot of previous coaching administrations that spent a lot of time on the message boards.
They loved the message boards.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Learned a lot about their own team that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up, it is the bet of the day, and we wrap up the program next here on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from my friends at McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. At McCarthy's, if you join the Comfort Club right now, you can have peace of mind knowing that AC is going to work all summer long, because when you join the Comfort Club at McCarthy's, you get a twice yearly inspection of both your AC and your furnace, a 100-point inspection. Also, Comfort Club members get discounts on repairs. You get special consideration when there's busy time. You get sent to the front of the line. And that membership never changes. That's right. It will never go up during the lifetime of your membership. And at McCarthy's, their operators are on call 24/7. There's no upcharges for weekends or overtime when they're off hours, because at McCarthy's, they're never off hours. For 50 years, the McCarthy's promise has been always on time or you don't pay a dime. So make sure you have that peace of mind that AC is going to keep you cool this hot summer by joining the McCarthy's 1 Hour Comfort Club. Visit them online, mccarthys1hour.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is just, well, pretty awesome, actually. And it doesn't matter if you prefer the college dink or the big league crack of the bat. There's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings with Oscar's Thai chili bourbon wing sauce. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
CM's Outdoor, now a proud part of Ryan Lawn and Tree. For a limited time, get your first lawn or pest application for free. Schedule a free estimate at bestomahala.lawn.com. That's bestomahala.lawn.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
It's more than a spicy adult beverage. It's a way to help the families of Ronald McDonald House. The Omaha West Rotary Club brings you the Bloody Mary Fest, June 5th, from noon to 3 at Werner Park. Local restaurants and bars show off their best recipes and designs for everyone's favorite Sunday Fun Day drink while they compete for prizes. There's live music with Echo and a chance to win valuable prizes for you, too. Buy your tickets now at OmahaBloodyMaryFest.com. Get your tickets and support families who stay at Ronald McDonald House.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And my tray was too close to my joystick, and I got too excited.
The 1620, The Zone.
You know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You've gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
We were winners. Last night, John had a two-teamer with the Blue Jays and the Mets. Nick also had the Blue Jays. They won in a one-run game. The Mets dominated.
Yes.
And then I had the Avs minus 1.5. Thank God to that late goal when there was no more goalie for Edmonton. I'm going back to the hockey world tonight. Give me the Rangers of New York at home. They're dogs. The wrong team is favored. Rangers plus 108.
I'll take the Brewers minus 1.5 plus 150.
I'm going to the French Open.
Okay.
Give me Rafael Nadal minus 335.
Wow, Nick, tennis boy. Minus what, 335?
Yep.
Bet of the
He's
day.
only minus
Iowa.
335. Isn't this like the first match or the first round? Or
I don't follow. I don't know. Is that bad?
Well, I mean, I would assume whoever he's facing. I mean, minus 330 is a decent favorite.
Alexander Zverev.
Nick, that's on Friday.
It says Thursday, 5 a.m. That's tomorrow at 5 a.m., is it not?
Well, Google says that it's not happening until Friday. at 7:45 a.m.
Well, now I'm confused.
I'm very confused as well.
I mean,
it's already been tweeted.
Yeah, it's.
So do you want me to have a backup? I was just basing it off the.
It's already
website.
tweeted, Nick. It's already tweeted.
I mean, I can show you right
Yeah,
there.
No, it's already been tweeted.
Yeah, according to FanDuel, it's 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Well, I hope that
Actually 4 a.m. our time.
Yeah,
you guys are right.
Just ahead of the Martina Trevisan Coco Golf match there at the old French Open.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll Google the results tomorrow and see if you competed. Yeah, ESPN is saying it's not until the weekend.
I don't know what's happening.
Nick, it's okay.
No, I'm confused now. I'm a confused boy. I like understanding things.
Well, it's already tweeted, so I guess
Why does this always happen?
Yeah, it always happens with Nick. No one else has ever had this issue. Definitely not me. Never before.
You sure about that?
No, definitely not. Never me. Never me.
Tomorrow it's already Thursday. That means Ravi Lula.
Oh, wow.
Means Robin Washit.
One beer Thursday?
Why would it be one beer Thursday?
Because
it's one beer Friday.
Have a beer on a Thursday.
I mean, you can. I'm not going to stop you.
I understand the new Kenobi episode dropped today.
Yeah, I thought this was a Friday show.
So I'll be watching.
not.
I'll be watching that tonight.
Well,
Me too.
It came out on Fridays. Came out on Friday last week, so I figured it'd be a
Not
Friday
sure
show.
how they decided to do this, but I'm not complaining.
No, I'm watching it tonight. That'll be great.
I am
Super
too.
down to watch it tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I am too. I've enjoyed the first two so far.
We gonna talk Obi-Wan? We talk Obi-Wan tomorrow?
Yeah, we can.
Just make sure you watch it and don't wait till this weekend while you're waiting for your bet of the day.
I'm gonna watch it tonight.
The bet of the week is now what
The
Nick
bet-
will
it's
be
now the bet of the
participating in.
week.
Is there day baseball tomorrow? Could he do a extra little bet of the day?
I'm sure there is. It's a Thursday. There's
To
usually
make
day
up for
baseball
all right,
on a
Nick. We'll
Thursday.
do a live Thursday game tomorrow for
that
you.
thing that we started and then stopped.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do it again.
All right, yeah, there's a game that's at 2 tomorrow. White Sox, Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
Okay, well, there you go. He wants the Blue Jays again.
Perfect. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and we will talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.